Okay, there we go. All right. I call this meeting to order. The time is 6:18 p.m. The date is July 29th, 2021. This is a meeting of the City of Berkeley's Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Pursuant to Section 3 of Executive Order N2920 issued by Governor Newsom on March 17, 2020, this meeting will be conducted exclusively through teleconference and Zoom video conference. Please be advised that pursuant to the executive order and to ensure the health and safety of the public by limiting human contact that could spread the COVID-19 virus, there will be no physical meeting location available. To access the meeting remotely, you can use obviously the internet. Join from any number of devices at the given link on the agenda. You can find that, well, if you're here, you probably already found it. And if not, you can dial in on phone at 669-900-9128 and enter the meeting ID 847-0159-6327. Okay, let's go ahead to roll call.
Want me to do it, Shamika?
No, I haven't. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks. Commissioner Fine,
Here.
Vice Chair Chima. Here. Mr. Blake,
Present.
Commissioner Linheim,
Here.
Commissioner Linheim.
I'm here.
Thank you. I think I was having some technical problems, so I'm sorry. Commissioner Dangerfield,
Here.
Commissioner Ghosh,
Here.
Mr. Hyde,
Here.
Commissioner Malvito,
Presente.
Chair Mizell,
Here.
Commissioner Upton,
Here.
Commissioner Harger,
Here.
Commissioner Diaz is absent. Commissioner Lutzker
Here.
and Commissioner Ho is absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to public comment, I'm going to motion to reorder the agenda tonight to move the alternative responses draft report above the community engagement update.
I'll second.
We have a motion on the floor for me to amend the agenda to move alternative response draft report above community engagement updates. And we have a second. Let's call the roll, please.
Mr. Fine,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima,
Yes.
Commissioner Blake,
Yes.
Commissioner Linheim,
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh,
Yes.
Mr. Hyde,
Yes.
Commissioner Malvito,
Yes.
Chair Mizell,
Yes.
Commissioner Upton,
Yes.
Commissioner Harger,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Lutzker,
Yes.
Commissioner Ho. Thank you. Motion stands.
Okay, thank you. I guess let's go to public comment.
There are two hands raised. You want me to bring them in first and then read the comments in? Sure, what would you prefer?
Yeah, let's hear from the folks here and then we can read in the comments.
Okay, let me do that. My co-host, Shamika? I will let them in now. First person will be Andrea Pritchett. Andrea, you should be able to speak.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to offer this. I'm sorry I'm on BART, so I won't be able to comment when the issue comes up on the agenda. But I wanted to say this. I've been tracking the goings on and the topics discussed by this task force, and I have to say I'm eager for the reimagining part to begin. It seems like you've gotten a lot of information from the police, but I think it's time to open our minds a bit. I'm eager to speak with you. I'm eager to share with you some 30 years of observations, and I appreciate that I have been invited, but I haven't been told when. And I look at your future agendas, and I'm not sure when Cop Watch and other community groups are going to get to really present their case for defunding, abolition, and other approaches to the safety and health of our community. I also want to say that I looked at the alternative models portion of your packet. I'm kind of shocked that the Special Care Unit Task Force wasn't even consulted, and it runs completely counter to what. I'm on the Special Care Unit Task Force, and it runs very counter to what we've been discussing and talking about. So it makes me wonder about the other things the other information in the packet and its credibility. I also want to say that I'm concerned because I went to the Police Accountability Board meeting yesterday, and this notion that it looks like it's another fake process and another way to insulate the police from real scrutiny. And I hope that this Reimagining Task Force will take a look at that as well. And how is it that, we can see videos of African-American men on their knees getting shot with less lethal weapons while their hands are in the air, teenagers getting shot at as their car departs. And these things don't come before the Police Accountability Board. We need to take a deeper look, members of the commission, and I hope you really will do that and account for that in your process. Thank you.
All right, I'll now let in Roshi. Roshi, if you unmute, you should be able to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for hearing from me. I am concerned, just like Andrea, that you have been listening a lot to cops making presentations for you, and community groups like Berkeley Cop Watch, the Suitcase Clinic, the Bay Area Justice Circle have not. And I encourage you to also take a look at their models for community safety. The other thing that I'm very concerned is that the questionnaire the survey that you sent to the community was not even-handedly distributed. There wasn't a lot of time to respond. It wasn't friendly for people who are not tech savvy or have ADA issues. And its results show that it was predominantly white women over 40 that answered it. So I really want to encourage you to send another survey and hear more voices. How is this getting distributed to, for instance, people who are houseless? How do they have a voice in this process? They have a lot of interaction with people who regulate them. Where do they eat? Where do they sleep? How do they, present themselves in public while they are the most disadvantaged people in our community? And so there's a lot of problems there with those things. I really want to encourage you to broaden your perspective, look at things like transformative justice circles as a way to deal with public safety instead of carceration and just penalizing people, which the cops vehemently participate in. And last but not least, please hear from experts like Zach Norris. I'm really glad to hear that Nikki Jones is lined up to speak to you. But there are others out there right at your fingertips. We live in a university town with a lot of good experts. So that's my comments. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, I'll now allow in Audrey.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfectly.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you so much for hearing from me, and thank you for what you're doing. I'm just worried that to echo the previous callers, is that I'm worried about the Reimagining Public Safety Committee talking to police and who are proven to be racist. Like there was a city audit report that proved on paper the racist policing in stops. So I just want to ask why you'd be looking at safety from them who are not safe and are actually a threat to Black, Brown, Indigenous people and people who are unhoused. And so I'd also like to ask that you please look to the experts who are actually keeping people safe and who are helping people in the community, like with food, housing, medical care, and all the things that we actually need, like our basic human needs. And as the previous caller mentioned, Zach Norris, I just want to say, to read a quote from him in his book, Defund Fear, where he said, we can't divorce notions of security from safety because people feel at ease only if they are both safe and secure. So you can't feel at ease, even if you have great wealth, if you're worried for your physical safety, and you can't feel at ease if you're physically safe, but you don't have enough to eat, don't have shelter, don't have access to healthcare. So please, please really look outside of policing, like actually please reimagine and don't look at policing, but look at like what it takes to actually help people. And please look at the organizations and hear from the organizations who are doing the good work in Berkeley. Thank you.
I'll now bring in, that was just Audrey, so I will bring in Carol.
First, I want to advise the Reimagining Public Safety Commission of the CIT conference in August, between August 16th to August 18th. This is the CIT International Conference. They generally hold them in person. Because of COVID last year, they did it virtually. This year, they're doing it both virtually and in person. These are excellent conferences. Please, I hope some people, members of the committee will look at it. The workshops that are offered, it's everything from de-escalation to community models, to discussing dispatch, to actually experiencing what someone in a mental health crisis experiences. CIT International, please check it out online. Next, I wanted to bring up an alternative that hasn't been discussed at all, and that's of peer respite. We're talking about CBOs going out and in the substituting for the police, etc. But this is actually a model that is a peer model of having a residence in the community where people go not with when they're in the deepest level of crisis, but in a situation where they need support. And this is a model that began in Santa Cruz. Second Story in Santa Cruz. You can Google them and you can find out more about them. They're our model for the rest of the country. Berkeley had an opportunity a few years ago when the state offered peer respite monies and Berkeley did not apply for it. The county instead applied for peer respite alone without Berkeley. And so the closest peer respite we have is in Hayward. Please look to this as a possible use of the monies. Thank you.
There are no more raised hands, Chair. Would you like me to read in the?
Yes.
Okay. So 1 second. Lost it. This is a comment from Alana Auerbach, and I'll just read it in its totality. Greetings. I'm unable to attend tomorrow's task force meeting, though I am hopeful this email can be read into the record as a public comment. There are several things that are troubling me about the Reimagining Public Safety process so far, 40% of the RIPSTF meeting time has been spent so far on listening to presentations by the BPD I went back through the Zoom videos and actually calculated this. Meanwhile, CopWatch, which has been recording, analyzing and tracking the BPD for over 30 years, has not presented their perspective to the task force. In addition, no one who went through the PRC process and found it unsatisfactory has yet to present to the task force. These are just two of the many resources in the local community that have been ignored by the task force thus far, and who are essential to this being an authentic and comprehensive reimagining of public safety in Berkeley. NICJR's draft report states, the survey sample was not representative of the Berkeley population with regard to race and ethnicity, sexual orientation, zip code, and age. The non-representative nature of the sample should be noted when interpreting the findings from this survey. The results of this survey are likely to be biased and may not truly reflect community impressions of safety, end quote. Then, not much credence should be given to this survey. Also, what about the robust community involvement process that everyone from the mayor to council members to the city manager to the consultants have been talking about since last summer? My understanding was that there would be town hall meetings and neighborhood meetings to get as many people, especially those most impacted by police, involved in this process. 55 stakeholders is the sampling that is used in the draft report. Where is the robust community involvement? As a civically involved resident of Berkeley, I haven't heard anything about being part of a town hall or focus group or neighborhood meeting on reimagining public safety. Is there a plan for these to take place? Finally, it has been difficult for the public to know when the task force meetings are taking place. I found out less than 48 hours before several of the meetings. Unfortunately, I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting. Please post on the city calendar and notify interested parties when the next meetings are confirmed. As according to the draft report, the September 9th and October 14th meetings are subject to change. Thank you, Alana Auerbach. And then there was also the email that came from Cordell Hindler. Hello, David and Shamika. I have a couple of comments for the record. One, I would like to invite the task force to the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference on August 5th at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. Two, also, I would like to invite the task force to the 100th birthday celebration for Betty Reed Soskin, that's spelled S-O-S-K-I-N, on September 26th at the Craneway Pavilion, 1414 Harbor Way South, and that's in Richmond, California. The city was added by me. Tickets are $250. Sincerely, Cordell. Those are the two emails we got for the public record.
Thank you, David. Okay. Now to the approval of the minutes from our July 8th meeting. If there are any comments or concerns or changes that need to be made, this would be the time to bring them up. Seeing none, I will motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Commissioner Fine,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima,
Yes.
Commissioner Blake. Commissioner Blake, you're on mute. Okay. Commissioner Lindheim,
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh,
Yes.
Mr. Hyde,
Yes.
Commissioner Malvito,
Yes.
Chair Mizell,
Yes.
Commissioner Upton,
Yes.
Mr. Harger,
Yep.
Commissioner Diaz, absent, Commissioner Letzker,
Yes.
and Commissioner Ho. Thank you.
Great. Now move to a task force status and overview update from me. First, I'd like to thank all of you for being here. Of course, the public, my fellow task force members, other folks within the city, and of course, our co-secretary, Shamika and David. And obviously, you've already been working hard today. And David, in particular, I'd like to recognize you and congratulate you for becoming the next city manager of the city of Santa Monica. Certainly, that is a high honor, and I look forward to working with you over the next couple of months. And I wish you and your family all the best when that time comes for you to move forward to your new position. Now moving to a important topic in discussing our status, where I think we are and where I think we should be going. I know there are varying levels and varying degrees of dissatisfaction with the process so far. It is simply a fact that we have heard extensively from the police department. We've heard to a lesser extent from senior members of city staff. We've heard very little from our community organizations and the folks who work and advocate in our city every single day. This will begin to change tonight. Now, obviously, I should address that it's not on our agenda tonight to hear from other folks because of the several deliverables we have. But going forward, it will be my priority to make sure we hear from folks and orgs that can provide us important perspectives about safety in Berkeley, their work, and different visions for how public safety can be conducted. Certainly, a more holistic view of public safety will help all of us in our deliberations and really help us as a city come out of this task force with very positive recommendations. So that's going to be a priority going forward. We have heard largely from the department. I know it's time for that to change. I want to hear from folks, and that will be how we go forward. Secondly, I believe the reports today, along with the reports that we've had previously, will serve as an important foundational block for us to begin formulating recommendations as a task force. Again, while this process will not explicitly begin in haste tonight, as we move forward with our meetings, we will work, and I will work to make sure that we have working subcommittees taking certain pieces of these reports along with the important information we've received from the public to begin formulating draft recommendations. In the coming weeks, I will work with our staff and Buna to figure out the best way to organize this process. But I know it's important that we begin working on deliverables along the process as we're listening. Again, it's not going to be we return on the September 9th meeting and we have draft recommendations and that's it. This is going to be an extensive process. And I can say comfortably that we have the support of members in the city to continue this process, to do it fully in a way that we can truly believe that it comes out with a good outcome. So we will have time past October and past into the new year if we need to. And of course, I look forward to your suggestions as we get into that process. Lastly, at this moment, I really want to ensure and help promote the full involvement of this task force. I know every member of this task force has valuable input, expertise, and experiences that will help shape how these recommendations look. And none of us know everything. Lord knows I don't know everything. Lord knows none of us do. I know all of us have valuable input we can bring to this conversation. You know, I want to take responsibility for both the agenda and the fact we've heard so much from police and so little from other folks at this moment, and that we haven't heard as much as possible from our other members, because I know many of you out there, you're in the meeting. I really, truly want to hear from you, and I want to facilitate a way to make that easier. It was not long ago, you know, long before I knew about PRC, PAB, you know, mayor's task force, before any of those things, I was just a student in high school who saw issues and wanted to help and get involved. And I know it's very important that we make that possible for everyone. So that will start tonight. We'll start first with a discussion of sorts with two broad questions that I would ask that every task force member answers. I, of course, cannot compel anyone to speak, but I would really appreciate if you offer your really initial thoughts to these two questions. I'll start, and the first question is broadly, what perspective do you seek to bring to the task force in our work, and what is your vision for our work going forward? For myself, my perspective comes from a couple of different sources. Certainly my lived experience as a Black man and in my dealings with different forms of public safety. It comes from my experience as a school board member back in Vista, California, and seeing the approval of drug sniffing dogs with no evidence whatsoever that they're even effective, and no information about false positives, which we know is a big problem with those dogs. Despite me presenting these facts at that meeting, the board still passed it 4-1, and I learned that public safety often isn't really about what works best, but just what looks good, what can be done quickly, what is known. And that impetus put me in a mode where I was like, this is something we really have to start working to change. And I carried that with me into Berkeley and then taken on a number of different roles, positions. And mine has largely come from, being in meetings, being in the conference rooms, having those discussions, trying to represent folks who aren't in that room. And my vision for this work going forward is an expansive one, I would think. No, it can't just be a vision of how the police in Berkeley will look. It has to address many different issues. And I'm looking forward to having those discussions. I know very well that public safety, no matter how this process goes, cannot just be the police and a couple of reforms. That has been the case for decades in this country, and little has changed to meaningfully reimagine public safety. I look forward to beginning those conversations with all of you. So yeah, David or Shamika, if we could just go down the role list, and I'm looking forward to just really starting a discussion with folks on this question.
Sure.
You want to take? Thank you, Shamika.
Commissioner Fine?
Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Well, there's a few parts to this. One is that I really hope the community engagement process is not only reflective accurately and completely of the Berkeley community, but very specifically represents the diverse communities that have been marginalized and that have suffered discrimination and harassment. I hope that for the commission consultant, that both with regard to the citywide survey findings and to the qualitative research analysis, that the final reports are reflective of all of those listening sessions and all of the data in the community engagement processes, and that they're not just narrowed to race and ethnicity, but they also include gender, LGBT, disability, and that they are intersectional, realizing that these groups intersect at different points, and that through this process, we're able to identify the range of concerns qualitatively so that we inform policing policies, procedures, and best practices, and thus use our most recent research in order to create better policies, procedures, and practices, or even have to develop and create them. I also hope, because I'm somebody who comes from a social science, mental health, law background, that we also look at the equities and disparities and social determinants of health in comparison to the amount of resources that we expend on policing, and that we continue to look very diligently for ways in which to reallocate resources. And I really hope that with regard to the SCU steering committee, that is left to that SCU steering committee to advise and give input. And that as far as the alternative responses report, that material is withdrawn and that there is a collaboration there with the steering committee, because right now there are facts that are not accurate and there is a need to partner in order to produce information that is representative of what the committee has done and where we're going. So those are 3 areas where I have some thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll just mention real fast. And I meant to mention this before, but if you could keep, your responses to about 3 minutes, that'd be really appreciated. As I know, we all want to get to the rest of our agenda. We will have more time to have these discussions at length, but just not quite tonight.
So next, Commissioner Jigu. Vice Chair Chima.
Yeah, I have a couple of things to say. I want to talk about why I came onto this task force. And it was with this real deep belief that if we truly engage the community, which includes all parts of it, including, our criminal justice system, that we would, with all the information and research and everything that exists in this community, that we would be able to come up with more equitable solutions to people's concerns about safety and crime and also justice. I was looking forward to, of course, with deep engagement with community-based organizations. And there was one listening session which was done with by the Downtown Berkeley Association that they said they had invited CBOs, but I didn't see any there. And that has been a missing piece for me because it's the other half of the story. Also, deeply listening to the concerns of impacted communities and actually asking the impacted communities to come up with their recommendations. So we don't just have Nick Jr.'s recommendations, the task force recommendations, but we also have recommendations from impacted communities. Of course, the police budget, and we've received more than enough information. That to me is one side of this picture. We need to get to that same deep level, even though I think we need to go deeper in the police budget on the community side. We haven't yet done an analysis of community capacity. So let's say tomorrow we cut the police department 30 million. We need to also know where we are going to then reinvest it. One more thing. And I believe that we should be thinking in terms of systems and not pods of organizations or silos. And in systems, I think one that responds to non-criminal behaviors, not just SCU and WorkDot, but a bigger vision of what that might look like. And also, of course, the task force recommendations on how we're going to do policing in the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Blake.
Thank you. Thanks for all of the commissioners that spoke before me. I came to the task force in hopes that I would be able to be heard and to hear others. Throughout all of my work in the community, cooperation and collaboration has been a very important issue for me, because I don't believe that that is what we have now, or that we've had basically ever. So I was hoping that I'd be able to work toward those goals. I have to say that I'm in agreement with all of the individuals who have said that thus far the presentations to this commission have been grossly one-sided, which led me to feel that really it was not succeeding because there was no one talking about cooperation or collaboration. I'm hoping that there is a new direction here, because I care a lot about the community, and I don't think it will happen unless we begin collaborating and cooperating with each other. No one, no singular group, no singular entity is going to come up for an answer for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lindheim?
I guess the first question is what perspectives do I bring? I was city manager of Oakland. I was very active in both supervising a police department and actively involved in trying to reform a department. I have some sense of what can be done and what some of the limitations are. First time I addressed the assembled masses of OPD, I said, look, you know, I come from Berkeley. We hated the Oakland Police Department, but I've now come to appreciate some of the things that OPD does. Unfortunately, for many of my future meetings with OPD, everybody just heard the first phrase and not the second, but be that as it may. I think I'm all for the basic principle of Ghostbusters, and that is, who are you going to call? And I don't believe that every call for service of any kind requires a badge and a gun. There clearly are some kinds of calls that calling police make appropriate sense. At the moment, the problem is we don't have all of these other potential programs and services built out in such a way that we could just say, okay, we're going to take these functions away from police and send them to somebody else. Let's just take the most basic of services that are underlie the concept of reimagining as part of the RFP. And that is that we can remove health from BPD. One of the things I've been asking to hear from and to get some knowledge about is, why is it that we can't staff the existing mobile crisis response team? If we can't even staff a long existing program, whatever its merits and demerits, then it calls into question to me, what is the reality of staffing all of these other functions? I think too much of the conversation has some degrees of magical thinking about how easy it is to go from here to there. At the same time, I really believe that you want the most appropriate services for Berkeley residents. And the question is how to come up with appropriate programs and appropriate staffing of those programs so that we can actually meet those responses. In terms of perspectives, you know, I bring some degree of management perspective, and I understand both how complex it is, but also the possibilities of bringing about change in an institution like the city. And so I'm hopeful that we can discuss alternatives in a meaningful way. And I echo everybody else who says that we haven't done that yet. I think it's really important to hear from people who have been critics of OPD. It's probably good to hear from people who have been critics of other social services in Berkeley, as well as to have a better sense of what services really exist. I'm really hopeful that we can start discussing and even, God forbid, debating amongst ourselves and our principals. I don't think any of us really know what anybody else really thinks about any of these issues. And I think, you know, in sort of 60s language, we have to really get involved in struggle sessions and really discuss and debate what we agree with and what we disagree with and what we think possibilities are, and then to try to refine and get more information about some of these programs. Thank you.
Commissioner Dangerfield.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for opening up the platform for some of us who have chosen to listen carefully um, and not speak much. The perspective from which I come to this discussion is much like our chair, life experience as a Black man in America, which is nothing worse than um, an awful experience, usually on a daily basis, from the standpoint of respect from law enforcement. With that comes a critical eye toward everything they do, everything they say they're going to do, and everything they've done. My professional training has seen me, ironically, on both sides of the aisle. So I understand law enforcement from not only a criminal defense attorney's perspective, but having prosecuted cases, what the imperatives are in the community. And I think much has been echoed by some of my colleagues on the task force. Um, the marriage between the idea of safety and security is a tough balance to strike in a culture as violent and as disarrayed as ours happens to be. Whether we all agree on that point or not, I suppose, is reflected in the mere fact that we're even having this discussion. What I hope our work is going forward, even with I suppose my stated experience, is to find a way through the thickets so that we can collaborate and speak to one another in ways that are meaningful, so that change occurs. Because this idea that change is going to occur and it's going to be unilateral, either from the community or from the police or from some other force, it is in some ways fanciful thinking. The only way we're going to move any of this forward is together. So a lot of this is a challenge of communication. Um, I I think there definitely needs to be more perspectives brought to the table. We haven't heard from enough people, and I'm just simply not prepared to even attempt to disaggregate all of the information I've gotten in any meaningful way for recommendations until we've had the sessions that Commissioner Lindheim suggested. So I'm hoping for a little bit more engagement, honesty, authenticity, and voices from the community that really speak to why we're all here. It's not because the police are great. It's not because the job they've done historically is remarkable. We're here because they've made mistakes, and it's our job, in some ways, to find the forgiveness to help them fix not only themselves, but in so doing, helping us remake our vision of the community. So that's my perspective. Thank you.
Commissioner Ghosh?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to say a few words. I agree with everything that commissioners before me have said, so I will try to keep it brief. For me, I feel very privileged to be able to do this work and to be able to do it with all of you. And I'm definitely anxious to get started on thinking about the alternatives. And learn from all of you who've been doing this work, some for longer than I have had an opportunity to think about it. I come at it both from a personal perspective and sort of, I guess, as somebody who's a South Asian person post 9/11, it changed my relationship to law enforcement. I didn't think I would have an opportunity to actually work on some things it can be potentially transformative. So again, I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I chose to participate in this process through a topic that I know more about. I don't know as much about mental health and some of the other issues that we're discussing, but I do know a little bit more about how to keep our streets safe for everybody. And just seeing how a lot of our interactions with police happens in the public realm, and what somebody else talked about, wanting to be safe and secure. I think one of the commenters said that in the public realm, I feel like that's a huge challenge and a huge opportunity. So that's why I approach BurkDot as sort of a case study in how we can bring all of those ideas forth. not as the only solution, but as one piece of the solution. I think for me, I'm interested in restorative models and not punitive models in achieving justice and also addressing some of the issues that we have in Berkeley. I'm also interested, I think I've been thinking a lot about how racist structures are pervasive in all of our systems, not just the police department. I am interested in the police department primarily because I think people who are part of a racist structure and also have guns is is a huge is different, and I'm interested in reducing that in order to reduce harm. But in the way we do world building for this new world that we might have where people feel safe and secure, I am interested in trying to avoid racist structures in those systems that we set up, and also look at equity in how much we pay people to be doing some of the work that we're moving away from the police department. I suspect I suspect the reason we might have trouble in finding folks to do that work might also have to do with how much we value people and how much we take care of them. So I'll stop there, and I'm excited to get started and to hear from community organizations and other experts.
Commissioner Hyde?
Hi, everyone. Thanks to Chair Mizell and the whole team for just a midpoint where we can express some things and also where we have time and room to listen to everyone. I think it's hard to speak up in meetings, although I guess I do a lot of it, but I think it's great that we're creating space to hear from everyone. That feels really important. My lived experience is different than most everyone's here, and I'm extremely grateful for all the diversity of opinion and experience that we have on this task force. My professional background is in communications and project management of large and complex projects in both the private sector and in the nonprofit world. And so what I hope I bring to the group is an ability to listen carefully and to synthesize differing viewpoints and to try and balance all the information and to get to potentially successful, actionable ideas and movement forward. My vision is we're at an inflection point, I think, for our country all the way down to our city. And I think that Berkeley has an opportunity right now with a few other cities that are on the forefront of working on these things to be brave and to do some bigger things that through cooperation and coordination, as a lot of folks have expressed, through non-siloed organizations and structures that specifically actively do not have racist elements built in. I hope that Berkeley can take this opportunity to be brave and to let's focus on where the data takes us and what we can accomplish by thinking bigger than just police department structural reform. There are some necessary items from that for sure, but there are bigger things I think that we can do, and it's with the brain power and the life experience of everybody in this group that that we stand a really good chance of getting there. So I hope to help that happen.
Thank you.
Commissioner Malvito.
Thank you, Chair Mizell and everyone for all your words. I completely agree, especially with the public comment, all the public comment speakers earlier. I mean, quite simply, this process has been not the best, inadequate, and for the goal of reimagining. I mean, I for one would really love to see this conversation start going into justice reinvestment, and like that's my vision, right? Like I don't want to play any games. Like I really want to look at stuff and take money away from the police department and invest it into the community. That's just what it is. I'm also the reason that I joined at the mayor's behest, but also with my own personal sort of idea of how the word engagement, community engagement is oftentimes to me kind of like a buzzword. And I think we really should be fomenting partnership and engaging in that community partnership, right? The timelines that we've been offered with the whole community engagement process, with the survey and also the listening sessions is also something that, you know, I for one think should be extended, and we should look into seeing how we can robustly fund another round, because again, the first round of surveys, it was not responsive. That's I think where my head is at with all of this is the community partnership. I mean, there's people in Berkeley right now that don't know what we're doing, that don't know what this body is, that don't know what the PRC was or the PAB is. And I think that's a problem, right? I think as commissioners and as part of the community engagement and community partnership now, really, I'm going to try to reframe that a bit more. Our goal is to make sure that we're connecting those dots because as I think Commissioner Blake earlier said, that we really should be looking at the community to produce those solutions for us, solutions that are already there. The police department is not going to do that for us. And I'm very excited to not have any more presentations. I feel like I know a lot more about the police department than I did originally, but I feel that the conversations now need to really move forward with a focus of reinvestment and deeply analyzing where are some of the changes that we need to make. And I am also very much for inviting organizers and experts who have been doing this work in Berkeley and abroad for a long time, Berkeley Cop Watch, RCJR, and also other members of the community that have just dedicated themselves to this kind of work so that we can get this stuff going. One last thing is I really want us to look at what public safety looks like outside of the police department or criminal or non-criminal responses, dispatch, all that good stuff. I'd really like us to be able to come up with recommendations that revolve around housing, that revolve around mental health, that revolve around substance use, that revolve around food insecurity and community violence. I think that as a part of a reimagining, it's a very intersectional, conversation that we need to be leading, and we're not going to be able to do that if we're siloed and not inviting folks who are doing that work already on the ground. Sorry for that. You asked me what I wanted to think, what I wanted to say. So anyway, thank you so much for the space. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair Mizell, actually, you're next on the list, but I'm not sure if you want to go to the next person or take this time.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Let's go to the next person.
Commissioner Opton.
Good evening. I find myself in agreement with almost everything that's been said by the members of the task force this evening, and also maybe even more so with the members of the public who have called in. And one of the things I agree with is that I have a sense of disappointment, as many others of you do, that we haven't accomplished more so far. When I first heard of the task force in January, I anticipated that by the time it had been working for 7 months, it would have a list of proposed reimagining actions, perhaps the 5 or 10 or 15, most important things that it saw as likely useful things to be done. But we do not have any such list yet. But I still have hopes that we can create one and take actions to urge the adoption of those ideas that we think are best. But I think that's going to have to be done primarily in writing. The work of this task force so far has taken place almost entirely orally in situations like the one that we're having this evening. We talk with one another, and we need to, but talking about complex and difficult issues can't be accomplished effectively when the discussion is all in oral words. Our memories are not that good, mine especially. Things don't come out, and we can't cut and paste and move things that belong together, on this page and things that belong somewhere else on that page. Those things can only be done in writing. And so I'm going to pledge to you that I'm going to try to take my own medicine that I've been preaching just now and send you something in writing as to my thoughts on what we can and should be doing. I want to call special attention to the fact, which I only recently discovered, that we are not alone. There are others out there who have been attempting to reimagine public safety. And with a little Googling, one can find out who they are and where they are and what they have to say. I think we should be assembling their ideas and considering them, because that will be a much faster way for us to get our own ideas together than if we try to do everything by ourselves. So I think that pretty much covers what I wanted to say this evening. I look forward to hearing from the rest of us this evening and in the future.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harger?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Mizell. I think this is a really good idea of a way to get everybody talking. And excuse my voice, I'm getting over a slight cold over here. In terms of my personal perspective and experience, I've been studying policing for a very long time and the history of policing and police reform since like high school. I've continued that studies into college, and I now also teach about the history of policing to middle and high schoolers. So I'm like, that's kind of my main shtick. That's what I'm very deeply interested in. But I also come not just from like the academic side, but also I think I'm very rooted in my community as a Black person in the city of Berkeley, whose family is all from the Bay Area. I have a very intimate understanding of what police brutality looks like in our so-called liberal oasis over here. And so I have a very clear understanding of that. And I also have a cat that's attacking me. Apologies, lots going on. But I think that I joined this process because so much of how we have historically analyzed public safety and safety is based on preserving the feeling of security for our community's most privileged. And it has almost always been at the expense of our most marginalized community members. And so I'm hoping that through this process, we can stop taking suffering of Black and Brown and Indigenous and queer and trans people as incidentals in the name of some constructed idea of safety. I think that I'm very tired of seeing profiling and racist policing, racist outcomes, queerphobic policing, classes policing being treated as something that's inevitable and inherent to the process of public safety and necessary for the maintenance of safety, because I think we have to interrogate whose safety we're really trying to preserve. And I hope that through this process, we can do that. And like Chair Mizell, I really hope that this process can go beyond the realm of small tweaks and small reforms and really become a process that's shifting towards preventative public safety and active maintenance of safety rather than reactive police presence. And like Commissioner Malvido, I also feel that we have heard plenty from the police department, and I know a lot about Berkeley Police Department now, and it is definitely time to hear from other people. And I also, speaking frankly, like Chair Malvido, I think that the police take up a huge, or not Chair Malvido, Commissioner Malvido, the police take up a huge chunk of our budget, and I'm very happy and excited to see if we can redistribute some of that money to our community members who actually need it and services that actually benefit our community. And also seconding what Commissioner Ghosh said, in that racism really is inlaid into every facet and every structure of this country. And so as we undertake this process of reimagining, I think it's crucial that we remember that it's not just the police that are systemically racist. You know, like our medical mental health care system is also systemically racist and classist that has very violent and negative outcomes. And we can't just rely on existing systems and pretend that there aren't racist and classist things inlaid into those systems. We have to really, really zoom out and really think big, because this is a racist country. This is a classist country. All of the systems constructed around us were constructed to maintain a racial and class order that is obviously very damaging for those who do not have the privilege of being on top. And so I'm very hopeful that this process really can be reimaginative and reconstructive, and that we can truly make some change. Because, like, you know, people have been reforming the police for 100 years. They've been doing it since the 1900s. And the first people on the edge of reform were literal eugenicists. So, like, police reform has been tried, and it's been happening for a very, very long time. So I hope that we truly can reimagine instead of just reform.
Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz is absent. Commissioner Lutzker.
So thanks so much to all my fellow commissioners. I really appreciate all that you've said and all that you all are bringing to this. And thank you, Chair Mizell, for creating a process that allows everybody's voice to be heard. I really appreciate that, and have enjoyed hearing different perspectives tonight, almost all of which I wholeheartedly agree with. What brings me to this commission is professionally, I've been a public health researcher for the last 15 years, and really bring both a public health perspective and a understanding of data and survey methodology and statistics that I hope has been and will continue to be useful in this setting. You know, in that respect, I can provide some like very technical type understanding, but from the public health perspective, that's the other part that really brings me here. And one of the issues that's really near and dear to my heart, as I think all of you know by now, is the issue of safety on our roads. And what really brings me to that is a data-driven public health perspective. And actually the fact that very few people realize how big of an issue this actually is, that the same number of people are dying from traffic violence as are dying from opioid overdoses. The same number of people are dying from traffic violence as are dying from gun violence in our country. And that really brings me to this, because I think all of these issues are intertwined, and that one of my hopes for being on this task force is really seeing how all of these issues relate. And again, just like all of these other issues, traffic violence disproportionately impacts low-income people of colors in neighborhoods that have been systematically, through transportation departments that also are structurally racist, has created systems that make it so that those are the neighborhoods that are most dangerous. And so this kind of whole like larger perspective of how all of these issues are interrelated is what I'd really like to see come out of this, is how can we approach all of these different systems, not in a siloed way, but in a way that really treats the problem before it becomes a problem, right? And right now we are using this reactive policing as, you know, a Band-Aid, and it's a Band-Aid that also has a lot of problems. But how can we actually invest in our communities in ways that prevent all of these different outcomes that I think all of us come to the table with, in a holistic way, not siloed. And again, I really value everybody on this commission's long-standing, long-term work on these issues of police reform. And I'm glad to get a chance to participate in this, and hope that, I can continue to contribute in some small way. And I'm just very grateful for this opportunity, and hope that we can really move forward and really hear, I guess what I would say is really hear the data-driven solutions, what actually does work, because we, as many people have said, we kind of know what doesn't work. And I would really like to hear solutions that do work. I think that has been happening in some ways in the SCU, but I would like to hear not just less of police. In some ways, I'm happy to hear more about the problems with policing, but I'd love to focus on how can we prevent these things before we have a need for the police, even if the police aren't the best answer. And if we haven't prevented those problems, then what's the best solution to address those issues? So thanks.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Ho is absent. So that's everyone, Chair Mizell.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for sharing your valuable perspectives and ideas as we move forward. Again, we will have more discussions, of course, longer discussions, in-depth discussions, and we will need to have them, and in writing, as Commissioner Opton said, to really produce something meaningful. So I'm looking forward to that, but thank you for sharing out tonight. So we'll go ahead and move to the alternative response draft report by Nick Jr. And I'll just say to my fellow commissioners, again, we will have time to fully dive into details and intricate matters of the reports at future meetings and future subcommittee meetings. So again, feel free to ask questions, though I'd ask that you refrain from any long monologues because we will have the time to do it. I promise you, if I am chair, we're going to have the time to do it. So let's start with that thought in mind. Mr. Sugar, you there?
Yeah, yes, sir. David, it's your cue.
Yep. No, I just didn't know we were passing it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Sorry about that. And to the chair and to all of the task force members and members of the community, we are excited to present this draft report of the alternative responses report. And just a couple pieces of context. One, of me specifically, I'm actually traveling on the East Coast. So thank you, appreciate for pushing this up a little further so I can give this opening. But really Amir and Nahali from NICJR will give the primary presentation as they are the team that worked largely on this, the analysis. And so I want to give an overview that includes our thinking and general perspective on alternative responses to police response. So with that, I want to remind everyone that this was one of the significant deliverables of our agreement with the city. And one is the new and emerging models of public safety report that we presented to the task force, received feedback, finalized and submitted to the task force, and city has numerous alternative responses that we looked at from around the country and summarized in that report, as well as violence reduction, community-based violence reduction models, and a number of policing reforms and transformation examples from around the country and a few internationally. That report informed this second report that we are submitting to the task force as a draft for the purpose of receiving feedback And then also the community engagement that one of our partners has led for the past few months, that we've also are directly have participated in with some extraordinary help from the task force, and that is ongoing. You'll hear a lot more about that later this evening. And then after that is the final draft of a final report, which is an implementation plan with recommendations that we'll submit to this body in the coming weeks. So that's just a quick reminder in terms of the pieces we're bringing to this body for today. I want to give a brief overview of the report that you have, of course, which is quite detailed. And I know that a lot of information is becoming the task force way. And it's my understanding from tonight's discussion and previous discussions that you want to take the month of August when the City Council is on recess to absorb a lot of the information that you've been receiving, including this report that we're presenting on, and provide more detailed response at another time, which we certainly understand and appreciate. And so what we did is look at the auditor's call for service audit for the Berkeley Police Department. We also assessed calls for service from the police department. We have in the report a crosswalk. That's primarily just the difference in categorization. We have a particular type of categorization that we've looked at for calls for service as we've done these type of analyses in different cities. And then we also have applied that to what we call our tier dispatch suggestions or examples. And if the host can give me share screen ability. But thank you, it was quick. And so that tiered dispatch, hopefully that you can hear me because I'm seeing a freezing. Yes, there we go. The tiered dispatch, and Amir will go over this in much more detail, although again, we're trying to, I know, make this presentation brief. And so in general, the way we have looked at tiered dispatch is those calls for service that are non-criminal, and how we categorize non-criminal is literally on the penal code. If there is a call for something that is not in the penal code, like I heard a loud noise, or there's an abandoned car, which are, you know, a lot of those calls, or there is a family argument, father and son, that has not escalated to any sort of crime at all. Those are a lot of calls, those type of calls that come in as non-criminal. Then we have generally the next tier, and on tier one, our recommendation is that there be some sort of community emergency response network, that's the CERN, that respond to those calls without law enforcement presence, that those can be the primary alternative calls. Our suggestion is also that in a pilot, or as we start this process, that those be how you start this process, begin with those calls. The second tier is generally misdemeanor calls, where we're saying that they should be led by the community response and with police responding, who can be told that they're, you know, to see what the scene is, to see if you need an armed sworn police officer. The third tier, which generally is nonviolent felony, is where the police lead on that call with having community present in case you get to that scene and you don't need a sworn police officer. The community can take that call, community response network can take that call. For instance, in Denver, as we put in the new and emerging models report, that happens where police get to a scene, say, really not needed, you can call response. The other reason we have some calls in tier three, as Amir will explain, is it might clearly be a police action, but there's reason for community to be there to provide some support in the aftermath. And then fourth are those serious violent calls that would be police only. That's the general way in which we've approached this work. We've made some changes to these based on feedback we received from the city with the city's response, also just our own assessing these calls and making different type of designations. Again, Amir will go over that. I just wanted to give this introduction. But as it relates to what we are calling the CERN, the Community Emergency Response Network, obviously there's already a SCU in the development process. We've made some assumptions based upon the discourse we're aware of about the SCU. We did provide this report a few weeks ago to the city a team who's working on SCU to get feedback, and we received feedback. But we also know that our recommendation on alternative responses goes beyond just mental health and substance abuse calls, as we understand the SCU will be focusing on. And so we envision the SCU to be a part of a larger community emergency response network, as well as BERCDOT, as well as what we think would be other types of teams. And so I just wanted to give that introduction before turning it over to Amir and Holly on the NICJR team, who will take you further in this discussion. Oh, the one thing I will say in line with what Chair Mizell said, an example, we'll take any detailed, calculation questions or detailed questions. I believe the request is that those come later in emails or maybe subsequent meetings. An example discussion of what we think would be helpful is broader, some might say more philosophical questions, like, for instance, we received some feedback from the city around is the disturbance call really one that can be handled by a community emergency response network? And the 5 years of data we assessed, there's 16,000 of these calls. They range from a son and father having an argument and the mother's concerned, so she calls 911, or a neighbor overhears an argument, or there's a noise disturbance or of some sort. So some sort of disturbance. 9% of those calls in the 5 years ended up being classified as a domestic violence call. Not sure if it actually escalated to physical violence. We can make that further assessment, but that is a question about, should we say disturbance is a call, because that's one of our recommendations. We would love to hear that type of, yes, we should do that and more, or no, we're not comfortable with that, some of those calls should be policed. That type of kind of thought and feedback would be very helpful. With that, I will turn it over to Amir.
Thank you, Director Muhammad. Appreciate the overview and context. Good evening, commission members of the task force, and others. My name is Amir Chappell. I'm a policy analyst with the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, and I'm going to take you somewhat quickly through the report, but I'm going to spend the necessary time in some of the components that are important for task force members to think about as a reimagining public safety. And just keeping in mind that this report serves as the catalyst for the thought and reimagining that you all are embarking on. So as Director Muhammad mentioned, there was 2 separate calls for service analysis. The city auditor did one, and NICJR has completed one. And there are some differences in the report, primarily based on the way NICJR categorizes call types versus how the auditor categorized call types. And I'm going to urge you not really to too much focus on the differences between the reports, because they're negligible, for one. And for two, I want to reiterate what David and others have said, is just to focus on reimagining public safety and how this can help you get there. So here you have the auditor's 9 categories and the findings associated with those. I'm sure you're familiar with those. 50% of the first 2, traffic and community, about half of the calls are what NICJR would consider non-criminal. And then the part 2 crimes are almost all other types of crime, with the exception of few that fit into like the violent crime category and things like that. And as Director Muhammad mentioned, the auditor had 9 categories and NICJR had 4. And this table before you basically is the crosswalk. So if the auditor had violent crimes, we had a serious violent felony. But I would urge you to look at the bottom, where we have non-criminal on the right-hand side, and then these 6 auditor categories would all lumped into our non-criminal category. So this is why you'll see some differences in our results. So according to 4 NICGR categories, here you'll see that about 81.3% of the call volume based upon our categorization are for non-criminal events. And on the right, you'll notice that we identified 3% as serious violent felonies versus the auditor identifying 0.7 as violent felonies. And like I mentioned, the primary differences are just because of the categorization of call types, in addition to a confirmation of, we were working from slightly different data sets. So there's some differences there. But this is the part that I want to focus on for the report. As Director Mohammed mentioned, we have the Community Emergency Response Network. So, and we have 3 approaches to that. We have a default approach, which is meaning if it's a non-criminal call, it's in tier 1. If it's a misdemeanor, tier 2, non-violent felony, tier 3, serious violent felony, tier 4. Those are our default assignments of tiers. Now, call types can move between tiers, right? So for example, a serving of a search warrant. NICGR identifies that as a non-criminal call type, even though an officer or a team of officers are serving a search warrant for an alleged crime committed by someone. But the call type in and of itself, NICGR categorizes as non-criminal. So our default assignment would be a tier 1, right? CERN only, but we know CERN cannot make an arrest. No one outside of officers can make an arrest. So because of that situation, we would move that tier 1 warrant call to a tier 4, right? So there's one example of how a tier 1 call would be recategorized as a tier 4. And that's based upon the fact that you need an officer only can make an arrest. And in addition to, NICGR did an arrest rate analysis, essentially identifying using the interquartile range method, what % of calls should be a trigger to move a call from one category to another. And for all you statistical folks out there, that's how we identified the outliers. And what it told us is 10% is a good threshold to allow for movement of call types. So you have a tier 1 warrant call that goes to a tier 4 because you have to have an officers, in addition to 85% of the time of when a warrant is served, someone's arrested. So that makes sense. But then for the alternate response, which is the table that you see on the right-hand side, the figures and facts that you see on the right-hand side is our alternate response table. So that same warrant call would go from a tier 1 down 1 tier to a tier 3 because officers are present, officers lead, but the difference is when the officers come in, raid your house, take the individual out of the house and arrest them, oftentimes there are family members, kids, other individuals in the household. It's the middle of the night or really early in the morning. They have no idea what's going on. They don't know where the individual is going. They don't know how to speak to them. When's their court date? All these things. So you would have what we would have call a community responder or someone from this community emergency response network present to engage the family. So here with this table, based upon the alternate response, because that's what we're focusing on, what types of calls can be served best with an alternate response, we identify 53% of the calls, call types can be served better with an alternate response. And by taking 53% of the calls, call types, not call volume, call types. I want to be clear that we're talking about call types, not call volume. If we're taking 53% of the call types, some of the fiscal implications by removing those calls from the police department are what I'm going to outline here. And the way we did that is, somebody mentioned the analysis is predicated on time. And the auditor's report really didn't do time analysis so much. And I understand why, because it's hard to do time analysis with the data that was provided. But the way NICGR conducted the time analysis was excluding any null, missing, or erroneous time values and just worked with what was left. So what the fiscal implications and the results that you're seeing here are likely an undercount of the true savings we can have because there's excluded values. And we looked at 2 time periods for assessing, how much the budget is associated with a call for service. And a call for service is a 911 call, an officer initiated call, a non-emergency number call, a citizen initiated call. Those are all a call for service. And what we looked at was the time an officer arrives on scene to the time an officer is finished with the call and is able to take other calls. That's the on scene to close time. Then we looked at the create to close time, meaning I called 911, the call's created in the computer-aided dispatch system, there's a record created, and everything that happens in between until the time the call is closed. So we looked at those two time values, and we multiplied that by the median officer hourly rate, which is $56.24, but that is going to increase due to the new MOU agreement between the city and the police department. So once again, this is likely an undercount of the savings we can actually do if we reallocate tier 1 calls. So you take the time values, multiply it by the median officer rate, you add 110% overhead, and that comes to about 118 an hour. So when we looked at the time value from on scene to close or create to close, and here you'll see create to close, and that's also in the report and all the hours associated with that. There's a approximate savings of $6.8 million or $7 million when you reallocate these tier 1 calls to an alternate response. In addition, you have a savings of approximately 26 FTE as a result of that. So just one thing to help you think about, reimagining and the call types and how we can aggregate those things up. We took all the tier 1 call types and we broke them down we aggregated them up into 11 categories: substance use, administrative, quality of life, traffic, and so on. So when you're thinking about things, you can think about them in these terms. We were trying to make it a little easier. And all the discussion about everything that was mentioned during the previous discussion, some of those things will be addressed here. And we're going to talk about how best, Commissioner Lindheim said, who are you going to call? What resource are we going to match with what need? And so my colleague Nahali here is going to talk about some of the resource matching. And I appreciate your time. Thank you. Nahali?
Thank you, Amir. NICJR has examined city-funded CBOs, city boards, commissions, existing departments, approaches that we provided in our new and emerging models report, and other relevant local CBOs in order to identify existing and planned resources that would work for tier 1 of CERN in the city of Berkeley. For example, if we look at the call type under medical or mental health category, we have identified both the Alameda County Network of Mental Health Clinics, as well as the Suitcase Clinic, and existing contracted CBOs, along with the Crisis Response Unit in Olympia, Washington, that is highlighted in the new and emerging models report to assist with tier 1 calls in this category. Current planned resources include the SCU, the Specialized Care Unit, and BERCDOT. As the SCU process is currently ongoing, the Alternative Response Report assumes that mental health and substance use calls for service are assigned to the SCU. As more information is provided, the final report will have detailed implementation recommendations. As far as BERCDOT goes, in order to implement the allocation of all traffic calls for service to tier 1 and truly fulfill our goal of reimagining policing, there has to be changes in the state law. Out of all city contracted CBOs, there are a few that provide case management services and have criminal justice experience. BOSS has experience in both, as well as strong city ties. It's important to note that NICJR only proposes BOSS as an example of an organization that can function in this role. The city will release a request for proposals at a later date, and a vendor or vendors will be chosen at that time. Other potential resources that NICJR has identified to assist in tier 1 of the CERN are the Downtown Berkeley Association's Street Ambassadors and the University of California Police Department's Community Safety Officers. DBA provides a variety of services, including cleaning and beautification, prevention of crime, addressing threats to merchants, etc. And safety ambassadors can assist in addressing these quality of life issues along with low-level municipal violations in downtown Berkeley. As far as UCPD CSOs go, they're made up of part-time students that provide patrol duties, traffic control assistance, and night escorts in the UCPD area. And the UCPD has been identified to assist in public orders calls for service, for example, in tier 1 of the CERN. Savings of around 6.8 million are annually generated by transition to Tier 1 of the CERN, and implementing the CERN is possible. Recently, NICJR worked with the city of Seattle, and the city has announced plans to create a community safety and communication center that provides an alternative to sworn officers for non-criminal 911 calls for service. In addition, once the SU and BERCDOT plans become concrete, along with results from the additional community surveys, the CERN build-out will become more concrete. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Malvito.
Hey, thank you so much for that report and the presentation. That was really insightful, and honestly, it's kind of exciting to see that we have something really robust in front of us to be able to analyze and move on. But I did have a couple of questions specifically about the tiered responses. So tiered response number 2 and 3, they highlight define low potential for violence as a quote, and I'm curious, what does that mean? Like low potential for violence on who's causing it? Is it the police officer? Is it the person who's being stopped? And I have a follow-up question after that.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. Yeah, so it's based upon, it is the incident, right? So is the incident that someone has called 911 about have a potential for violence. It doesn't include the likelihood of escalation of violence by law enforcement response. So it's the incident being called about.
Thank you. And I guess the final piece of this is, or I guess the final 2 pieces is, one, is there a legal reason why the police has to be present in Tier 2 or Tier 3? And yeah, is there a legal reason for that?
Yeah, so the only, and Amir, correct me if I'm wrong, although I'm sure others would know as well, to effect an arrest, right? So if an arrest has to be made, only a law enforcement officer, a peace officer has arrest powers in California. There is citizen arrest, but in terms of arrest powers, it's a peace officer. And so that's the primary piece. And then there is this notion that there's the traffic, right? So we updated this report just a few days ago. I think the task force should have received, to just give you an alternative table at the end to say, if state law changed and traffic stops can be conducted by non-law enforcement, this is the data as we see it. Because initially we had those calls in Tier 1, but moved them just, in the current state in which we're in, the law wouldn't allow for that. But the short version is to make an arrest.
Understood.
And Commissioner Malvito, I think the best expert on that would be our Deputy City Attorney, Michael Wu, who could speak to the legality of certain responses from the perspective of our responsibilities as a law enforcement agency, as well as Captain Durbin. So I don't know if you'd like to hear from them to speak to that.
I think I get the idea that, it is, legally they're only allowed to arrest, which makes sense, but I appreciate it. I think maybe I can follow up and see if I can get a legal explanation via email. And then finally, I feel like the tiered response, some of this might require some deep changes within the police department's way of working. And I'm curious if I didn't see any of that in the report, and I'm curious if there's any initial thoughts. I know that, this is not the finalized sort of proposal, but are there any ideas that you've come up with around how to retrain police department to be able to do that tiered response?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're absolutely right. This would be quite a transformation of the way in which the police department responds to calls and is organized. The first one is dispatch. This would be quite quite a change in how dispatch operates and would require quite a bit of training and a question about resource level in dispatch. In terms of police, it certainly would be a significant change, and particularly in tiers 2 and 3, where there was this idea of going out with certain CERN teams, which again, I think that for some people that provides some concern, right? That they may not want to have community teams to go with. So that's also, I'd love this perspective on that, right? This is proposed to dissect. But to that end, that takes some training, right? On how do you work cooperatively in a healthy way with the, what we're saying is a trained, structured, well-resourced and robust community emergency response network. There's examples of that in the New and Emerging Models report. And obviously there is the current mobile crisis team, right, which is, pretty significantly under-resourced, that they only go out with officers. And so that is something we briefly address in the conclusion by talking about, measured approach and a pilot approach so that you can really see how that goes. One thing I'll just say, internally when we were developing this report, something that didn't make it in is this notion of a total separate track, a different number by a team of folks who don't have a connection to the police department. Right. And so I throw that out there would love to hear perspective on including that as an option in this.
Definitely, and thank you for your explanation. I think you named a big concern is that I think most of us here or who have worked in the community know that any police presence escalates the issue, and it turns it into a problem. So I definitely, I recognize the incredible amount of work that has gone into this, and I guess this is a question for my fellow commissioners if we'd be interested in discussing what that would look like, or if that is the end all be all, if we are required in some ways to have police presence because of this legal issue that they're only allowed to make arrests, and maybe coming up with a solution for that so that we're not again having police officers just respond willy-nilly to anything they so feel they so choose. Thank you.
Commissioner Harker.
Thank you. So I have two questions. The first one is about UCPD. So I'm a little concerned about using UCPD as a non-police resource or as an alternative to BPD when it is itself a police department. And like as a UC student, I can tell you it's not a sound department. They have issues with profiling. They have issues with excessive force. They have been known to do a lot of very harmful and damaging things. And so I was hoping I could get more background on your choice to utilize UCPD. And then I have a second question.
We are not suggesting UCPD as a non-police force. They have a non-officer part. That part of it is what we're talking about, not the officer.
Yeah, but the CSO program still exists within UCPD.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, that is one of the. I'll front load a couple of questions, right? And so these again was our scan that we put in the report, but I'm sure there's questions about the street ambassadors, right? Because I've heard complaints about them and them being heavy-handed. There's this, and so let me make sure I understand you right, Mr. Harker, that you have concern about even the non-sworn aspect of the UCB being a part of it because they've been problematic. Okay, gotcha. We were thinking that it is. The description of it is that there potentially might be alternative responses there, but also hear you in terms of the concerns there.
Yeah, thank you. The distinction between the non-sworn and the sworn officers is important, but definitely from other students, I've heard negative things about the non-sworn officers as well as in that they emulate the culture of the department from which they are born. And so the problems that exist within UCPD exist within their non-sworn officers. My second question is about the mental health crisis team. And I know that in the report you spoke with police officers about their opinions on the team, but I was wondering if you spoke with anybody else, because I've heard a lot of stories from community members. I myself have never seen them in action, but I've heard some pretty distressing stories about use of force and detaining people and use of spit hoods and handcuffs when people are in mental health crises. So I was wondering if you got any other perspectives on that crisis team.
You're talking about the mobile crisis team?
Yes,
is that
sorry,
right?
mobile crisis team.
No. So yeah, there is, at least when we did the listening session, there were only two staffed positions at that time. Both of them were in the listening session, one of the listening sessions with the police department. So we did talk to them. We did bring up this notion of, would you go out without police? They discussed that, the challenges they have there. One thing that we thought was interesting is they say they sometimes get calls to their line directly, not into the 911 call center, specifically requesting them to come without officers. And that's not currently their practice, so they don't do that. So that was quite interesting. What something that we want to follow up with is there any data around that about how often that happens? And because I personally tend to think that people are trying to call 911 and it'd be difficult to have an alternative number, but there's some examples where that's not true, right? Like this, and there's an Oakland example and others. So that's what we definitely we heard from them, and they talked about the challenges of why they specifically want to go out with officers, and where there has been dangerous scenarios and situations. Had not heard of split hoods, so that is certainly concerning and something we'll want to follow up with.
Thank you very much. I thought I had one more question, but it's very possible that it's slipped my mind. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Fine.
Thank you very much. I have some questions. Has the CERN model been implemented in any city?
So the exact tiered dispatch model that we propose has not been implemented, as we propose this to reimagine policing really in the city of Berkeley. However, multiple portions of the tiered dispatch model have been in use in many cities, across the country that we have highlighted in our new and emerging models report.
Can you produce the documentation to support those parts of the model that have actually been used, the data that's been collected, and how it's been analyzed as far as dispatch? Because it would be good to see something operational. You're analyzing an operational system. It would be good to know the parts of a CERN model that are operational and how well they work.
Definitely.
Secondly, I was interested insofar as that to seeing some comparison with the dispatch models from the new and emerging policing and community safety. I know you list some of them in the back of the report, but it would actually be good to see some analysis, particularly as to the kind of data collected and the methods used. I'd also like to know, in the appendix, it lists the organizations and CBOs. Is that the full list that you used in order to look at our CBOs in Berkeley?
If I can just quickly jump in on that, is a couple of things. Yeah, we were specifically requested by the city to look at the CBOs contracted by the city, and so we received that list from the city of contracted CBOs.
That list in the appendix is what they gave you?
I'll double check, but I'm pretty certain that that's because we double checked with the city, but we'll double check.
Okay, I'd like to know that that's a confirmation of the CBO's list, but I'd also like to know, there are a lot of people on this task force, and I'm sure at the city, but that Berkeley has dozens of CBOs that are critical to this system. And actually, Bunachima and myself made a master list at the beginning of this process. And she has also an outstanding Excel chart not only of all the CBOs in Berkeley, but all their addresses, emails, everything. There's a lot of very valuable information that needs to be included in this analysis. It's very, you maybe have 3 or 4 CBOs, and it concerns me. It also concerns me, it's not Alameda County Network of Mental Health Clinics. It's Alameda County Network of Mental Health Clients. There are 5 peer-run organizations for Alameda County. One of them is the Berkeley Drop-In Center that's critical to the bridge services for the SCU. So I'm also would like to know the level of familiarity with our CBOs as well. As far as the SCU Steering Committee, which is led by the Director of Health, Housing, and Community Services, has the captain of EMT, the person in charge of mobile crisis, prominent stakeholders in the community. I really encourage you to come to our meeting and collaborate, because the report has misstatements in it. SCU is not housed in the Division of Mental Health. It's specifically not there. In addition to that, we're working on the bridge services to the SCU and not on the SCU itself yet. We're looking at the 1.2 million. We want to be there and hope that this may be a foundation of, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. And it concerns me also because there are CBOs at this time that we're very intimately, deeply engaged with, and they aren't on the list that's in this report. So I'm hoping in the future we have more collaboration. And I also want to mention that RDA will be finishing its community engagement process by the end of August, and there's going to be important data from that to consider within this report as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lindheim.
So I have a lot of comments on the report, which I will not give right now, but I also have a ton of questions, just so I can spend more time reviewing it. I'm unclear what the relevance of the percentage of call types is, but what I really care about is there data available that we can see regarding the time associated with each of the specific call types? So there's no way we can check your work. In a certain sense, from a professor point of view, you haven't shown your work, and I don't know how to look at it. So my question is there any data allocating time per any of these categories?
Yes, sir. There's data, and that data will be more outlined in the standalone call for service analysis that the National Institute will be releasing. It has all the time values, facts, and figures for you to check our work.
Great, really appreciate that. The second thing, and this is not a comment, it's just a question. By putting things in tier 1 that you've defined to be non-criminal, does that mean that allocation means that police have no role in prevention or intervention prior to a crime being committed? In the definition.
Let me take the first take. So this is specifically to responding to incidents, right? So this is not opining on prevention work, patrol work that would be presence prevention or anything, any of those notions that exist in policing. This is specifically around the vast majority of calls for service are 911 calls. There are on views where an officer might be on patrol and see something and then decide to respond and calls in a dispatch and, show me responding to X. But the vast majority of calls for service are 911 calls. So as it relates to responding to, and this is actually reminding of, I think, a critical point of how, when we think about this, there is the response to a call, and then there's a follow-up, right? And those can really be different things. For instance, right now, I think one of the challenges that we all observe is the police are called on to be generalists, right? They've got to respond to all types of calls, right? Some of which they may not be fully equipped to respond to. And so, but some of that's the response to the incident, then there might be a follow-up, right? And so similar when the Community Emergency Response Network responds. But as it relates to prevention, there's nothing in the report specific to that. This is about responding to the incident that there's been a 911 call in about.
I understand that.
Yes. Commissioner Lindheim, sorry, just to add to what David was saying, specifically for the city of Berkeley, the most common initiation of a call to the police department in the city of Berkeley, even though, this is not what happens generally across the country, is that most of the calls that come into Berkeley are from the non-emergency line. The next is officer initiated. That's the next most common way of initiating a call type. And then the least out of the big three is 911 calls. So Berkeley is a city that doesn't call 911 often for emergencies, but does call the police department for a lot of non-emergency issues.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I wasn't, maybe I'm not communicating my question. So let's assume that a call is a disturbance. It's a 415 disturbance. The way I see you allocating this, and again, this is a question, but the way I'm perceiving the way you're allocating this, by definition, that is a type 1 call and will not get a police response. So
that's correct.
How would you know if that disturbance, or how would that work into the system if a disturbance becomes a type 2 or type 3 call?
Yes, sir. So as David mentioned, sir, in the full blown out model, there'd be a direct line of communication between the community emergency responders, and they would be able to speak to dispatch and the police, and they would be able to elicit the help or assistance of police if it's determined at the time when they are on the call that a police officer is needed. There would be that direct line of communication, but that's like in the full built out model. That's how you would determine, like, if you need police, well, we can call police and they'll be there. And if you don't need police and they're present, then they can leave.
Okay, and then my last question, sort of similar to my data question, is do you all have some kind of description of why you did the allocations you did to 1, 2, 3, and 4? I mean, is there a justification appendix somewhere why this kind of call goes into 2 and this kind of call goes into 3, or this kind of call goes into 1?
Yes, sir. It's based on the body of research that identifies what types of calls are least likely to need a police response. There's a meta-analysis by the Vero Justice Institute, and there's numerous sources that we can provide you that determine, why we base the calls the way we did. It's a body of research that I can provide you.
That'd be great.
Yep. And there's a methodology in the report, as well as our overview of general perspective of non-criminal misdemeanor, non-violent felony. Felony is the general piece, and then there's the underlying research that I think is referenced, but we can also send it as well.
Okay, I'll send you some other comments outside of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lutzker.
Hi, thanks so much for coming to present this. I have two questions that I'm hoping for clarification on. And I'd like to get into reading the report in more detail later. But the first question is, and Mr. Muhammad, you were talking about this, that this is about the incident and not about the follow-up, you were saying. And so I just want to be clear that the create to close out is, I believe, how you were describing it. So does that include or exclude the reporting about, like, I know that a lot of what the police work is like completing the report and filing the paperwork. Is that post close, or is that included in the period of create to close?
It's a great question. I think I know the answer, but Amir knows for sure. You're on mute, Amir.
Sorry, Commissioner Lutzker, can you restate the last part of your question?
The question is whether the reporting, like the filing the police report and the write-up and all of that, whether that is included in the create to close time period,
Yeah.
or whether that follows the close?
Thank you for asking that question. So it depends on what an officer does in the course of the call. So there are some officers that essentially like to, deal with the call, go into their unit or their vehicle, drive to a secluded location, and they may, fill out the incident report right there in the car, and then they close the call, and then they're ready to take other calls. There are some officers who, take a series of calls and then they write all their reports toward the ends of their shift. So if they wrote their report before the call was closed, it would be accounted for in that time. But if they wrote the incident report after they closed the call and took other calls and then wrote the reports later, then it's not accounted for in that time. But I can't tell you what percent or what proportion of calls in that create to close have it where an officer did it within that time period versus when they didn't. So does that answer your question?
That does. I guess I'm curious whether, your description is what police departments across the country do. I'm wondering whether anyone from BPD can speak to whether that is like standard practice, whether there's a standard practice, or as you described, it's a kind of officer by officer sort of.
No problem, Commissioner Lusker. Just from working with many police departments, I can tell you from our experience doing this work, there's wide variation how officers individually handle their call loads on their shift. But Cam Durbin may be more specialized to speak to that.
I would agree. I think that statement's accurate in that the officers do have a lot of discretion on when they would write their reports. They can stay attached to the call and write the report at that time. Sometimes they manage their shift by going to the next call, putting a report in what we call suspense and going back to that report later. So it really depends on the calls for service at the time, and we do expect our officers to manage their time in the course of their shift. So they also will look at the type of report as well. Some reports can be something that they can maybe wait till the following shift. If there's higher priority calls coming out, they just need a supervisor to go ahead and sign off and say, yeah, that report can be written later because we have more pressing calls going on right now.
Okay, thank you very much. And then my second question around clarification was about the dollar value that you have attached and how that relates to the tables in the report. So I'm looking at page 14 at the table at the top. And I see that the second to last line is the $6.8 million. That's the average annual CERN Tier 1 officer costs create to close. So I guess my first question is that actually, that's the savings? Because it doesn't say that it's hard for me to understand, like that happens to be the same number. Is that the right way to read the tables, that that's the savings?
Yes, and we'll work to make that clearer in the actual report. But yes, in that table that you're looking at in the report where it's directly above 8.2 million approximately, yes, that is the savings associated with so basically those, when you look at the Tier 1 hours and multiply it by the median and add the 110%, that 6.8 is the cost of those Tier 1 calls. And if you reallocate those Tier 1 calls, that's the savings you would have. So
okay, so then that's assuming that the median salary and overhead of the non-police community emergency response responders is the same as the salaries and overhead of the police department?
No, so that figure is based upon the median salary of the police department. So that's $6.8 million. Now, if you implement a community emergency response network, it's likely they will be paid less than the median salary of a police officer. So then, therefore, you can do different things with that 6.8 million.
So it's I understand. So it's less about it being the savings and more about it that's the amount that could be reallocated in some way. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then my last question about that is the Appendix D then replicates that table that's on page 14. And it has, that then includes the traffic stops, I believe, in the second table, the create to close. And so then this, I just want to make sure the 7.160 million in that second table of Appendix D, that, does that include the 6.8 million from before? That's not like separate. That's the, it's an addition. So it's basically like 300 million. 300,000 extra. Is that?
Yes, ma'am. So that's Appendix D. The only difference between Appendix D and the table in the report is that that Appendix D reflects traffic calls as a tier 1. Therefore, if traffic calls were a tier 1, yes, there'd be an additional 300,000 in addition to that 6.8 million in savings if you classify traffic as tier 1.
Okay, that's helpful. I will just add that surprises me that it only changes by 300,000, given that we saw even with the revised auditor's report that traffic represents 18%, I believe now.
I can clarify that for you. So the traffic accounts for a large volume of the calls, but when you look at the time associated with the traffic calls, it's a small portion of the time because traffic stops take about 11 minutes on average over the course of 5 years. They took about 11 minutes from the time it began to the time that it was closed. So traffic calls account for a large volume of calls, but they account for a much smaller time value of calls.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarifications.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Opton.
I have two separate reactions to the discussion we've just had. Let me start with the potential savings issue of how much can be saved if we substitute mental health assistance for some of the police response. I believe that the report considerably understates the potential savings. And to fully explain that requires putting it in writing, which I did yesterday and today and sent it to Mr. White earlier today, and would have sent it to Ms. Cole, except I didn't have her email address, but I hope it will be distributed to all of us. I'll just summarize what's in there. The savings that your report looks at are the savings in officer salaries, but I believe the potential savings should also include the more general savings to police departments, because if you have fewer officers, you don't need a lot of the other accoutrements of a police department. For example, if you reduce the size of the force by, say, 50 officers, there's a lot of police automobiles that you don't use anymore either. So the cost of buying and maintaining those automobiles is also a potential savings. And one can go on to other things of that nature. But now let me address the other aspect of it, which points in the other direction. I'm concerned that if you have people other than police officers reporting to some calls, the people who aren't police officers, if they have any savvy about how policing works and the law works, will be in the position of wanting to say and probably saying to many of the people that they and the police officer encounter, don't talk to the officer. You could get yourself and your family in real trouble. Let me give you just one example of that, a hypothetical example. Say a call comes in and it says, I'm the neighbor of the Smiths. I live next door and I'm getting a tremendous racket from that house, which is not all that unusual, but it seems more vociferous now then usually I'm concerned that there could be violence going on, or it could lead to violence. I'm really worried about this. I think you should go out and look at it. So a police officer and a mental health worker respond to it. And they find that there's been a family fight, which so far has been just verbal, but it's didn't appear out of nowhere, that it's one of many family arguments that have occurred. And as the non-police responder knows, and in fact, as the police responder may know too, because he's looked it up, or dispatch has looked it up for him, the man of the house is on parole. And if the two responders talk to the family, it may come out that the man was out at a bar earlier this evening, and he didn't come back till 10:30 p.m., both of which were independently violations of his parole. Well, police officers, I believe, are trained at the academy that one of their duties, one of the things that they get rewarded from is you've done a good job, is they watch to see if parolees have violated their parole, because the job of the police is in part to see that parolees who don't conform to the requirements of their parole go back to prison. The non-police responder, say a social worker, is going to feel sending this guy back to prison would be a terrible thing. Wife or the mother has got to take care of 5 kids. And there's no way she can do this and pay the rent without the money that the man is bringing in. If he goes back to prison, they're all going to be homeless. Not to mention the harm that will be done to the man by being in prison. So she doesn't want this intervention by the police to end in prison, but she knows that it's likely to do that unless she advises the family, do not talk. The police officer has duties to report things that you may say and you don't realize are going to incriminate you. Do not talk. I assure you, any attorney would say that. And there are certainly many social workers and psychologists who know enough about how these things work to give the same advice. That, I imagine, would cause serious conflict and problems in the programs working. And it kind of surprises me that the report doesn't talk about that as one of the problems that needs to be dealt with in implementing the recommendations. Thank you.
Commissioner Ghosh.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. I feel like we finally have something to kind of chew on, even though obviously it will, for me, it brings up more questions than answers. But the quantification is really interesting and helpful. I guess one question I had, sort of to balance out some of the quantification, is looking at things like, have you seen places or examples where dispatch is separated from entirely from police department and is its own thing? Because I think right now where it sits and the relationship it has with the police department is very close. And I'm wondering, in terms of models, have you seen it being entirely separate and coordinating all of these different things where there's not a hierarchy? Because right now it feels like there's a hierarchy.
Thank you, Commissioner Ghosh. Thank you. Yes, as Nahali mentioned, you may have missed it because we were moving really fast. I apologize. But the city of Seattle recently has separated out their communication center from the police department. And they are currently in the process of implementing this tiered dispatch model, which NICGR worked on and helped move forward. So yes, there are places that have that model.
Yeah, I think I learned about it from Nihali, actually, from your previous presentation. But I guess I'm wanting to push that a little more. Nihali, can you speak about it a little more and see how it would affect Berkeley?
Sure. So I think specifically in the new and emerging models report, we highlighted the city of Ithaca, where they promoted, or they just proposed a new model in which they would, they're kind of starting a new department of community safety where the dispatch will be separate and not housed in the police department in order to allow for kind of that separation of duties in order so community, the CERN and other community alternatives are able to be facilitated in that area. So there definitely are areas where the dispatch center has been transferred out of the police department, and there are other situations also where instead of transferring out, they'll add a dispatcher to the dispatch center that specializes in moving calls to the CERN. So whatever they feel, that they'll look through the dispatch calls and see, okay, well, I recommend this certain call be responded to by the CERN. So we have seen both methods.
Okay. I guess I would love to see some inclusion of that, or a little more detail about the background for why they chose to do that.
Sure.
Because I have some ideas about why it's a good thing, but I would love to hear places that chose to do that. It does make me sort of generally, no, this is not for y'all specifically, but I think for us to think about, I guess, physical spaces and the reflection of our departments and our structures and the network in the way we're arranged physically, and how being able to walk, for a police officer to be able to walk in and out of a dispatch center creates a different relationship with dispatchers versus mental health workers or social workers are not necessarily walking in and out of the dispatch center in the same way. They don't have the same level of access. I guess it goes back to more of sort of the cultural question of police culture and how it impacts non-sworn folks who are working in that area. The other sort of question that came up for me, and you all started speaking to that, and Commissioner Upton's scenario sort of started speaking to that a little bit, and also Commissioner Lindheim. But one thing I haven't been able to fully understand is the call comes in and then something happens on site, and what happens on site, it's not clear to me that we fully understand the transition that happens between how the call is reported and what actually happens. And my gut sort of tells me a lot of times something that doesn't require a police officer is sent, and then it doesn't actually require a police officer. But I don't know if that we have that kind of feedback loop, or we've seen the data for it.
Commissioner Ghosh, we do. So the thing about the analysis of the calls for service, which you haven't seen the detailed report yet, there's an initial call type and there's like a final disposition on a call type, right? Which is what you're talking about. A call comes in and ends up being something else. When you look at the 5 years of historical data, 10 years, however many years, when you look at the historical data and compare or match the final call type to the initial call type, you can get a general average over time of how often this type of call will become something else. And based upon that historical change or averages that you can come up with, you can pretty have a good confident idea of this is what's going to generally happen on this type of call. Now, there's always going to be outliers. There's always going to be exceptions to the rule. But I like to focus on the bulk of the standard distribution, which is where most of the things happen. And we should think about reimagining public safety based on what happens most often versus what happens in this scenario or when this outlying event happens. So yes, you can determine that.
Okay, so is that what your I guess the part about I guess the arrest, the tiers are based somewhat on that, the alternative responses, is it based on that? And we're going to see that data in some format. In my just looking at the report, I didn't see it, but I haven't looked at it in depth. So
right, you didn't see it in this see it in this report because it's the alternate response report, but you will see how all of that plays out in much more detail in the calls for service report.
Okay, great. That's great. That's something I've been sort of waiting to see. So awesome. Yeah, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hyde.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. And like everybody else, it's a great thing to finally have something to chew on and to think about and to react to. I wanted to ask, do we have we reviewed any data from the cities like Seattle that have implemented something like this? Let me dial down on that a little bit. Do we know what metrics they're using to grade the success of their programs? Do we agree that those metrics would fit a city like Berkeley? And what results are they seeing from having implemented a CERN type system?
Thank you, Commissioner Hyde. So the city of Seattle hasn't implemented it yet. They just had a release that they are working towards implementation of this. So we're not privy to what their performance metrics are or anything like that to this point. A part of this work is that the work in and of itself is innovative, and we are building upon this model that we're developing to try to use nationwide. So currently we do not have that information.
There is one thing that could potentially answer that question. Recently, this article actually released around a week ago, there's a New York City pilot program that uses mental health response teams, and they found that it yielded better outcomes than police in regard to lower incidents of violence, more people accepting assistance and referrals to additional services, along with fewer people sent to the hospital. And this is just early data. So we are seeing good, promising results.
Well, thank you, Nahali. And so, Commissioner Hyde, there are models like, the mobile crisis teams in the city of Albuquerque. Albuquerque is under consent decree for excessive use of force for individuals with mental illness. And excessive force against individuals with mental illness as a result of the implementation of mobile crisis teams just dropped to almost nothing. So there are positive benefits of different alternate response models around the nation, but specifically as far as the tiered dispatch system with CERN, there is not that model.
So Albuquerque, to improve their standing and I suppose get out from under this consent decree, what are you saying, they were or were not using a tiered CERN type response dispatch system?
No, they're not using a tiered dispatch response system. It's just specific to mental health type of calls. So that is only for that. But the mental health response is a component of the full tiered dispatch response system.
Okay. So my next question is there anything that Nick Jr. is going to, as this model gets developed, is there anything that you're thinking about that applies specifically to the city of Berkeley with the nuances and the CBOs we have and the form of government, the interactivity of our government? Are there things specific to Berkeley about a CERN type tiered model that are going to help make this more successful based on the nuances of Berkeley?
Definitely. For example, one of the things we took into account when determining what call types fell into what tier for Berkeley is looking at the arrest rate. So when we look at the arrest rates for Berkeley, certain call types might be higher than others specific to the city. So we looked at city-specific data when making those recommendations.
Yes, and Commissioner Hyde, the implementation, the piloting, the build out, and all of those things will be in the final report for you all.
Excellent. I think that would feel good to all cities that there not be a cookie cutter approach. If we want to course correct along the way and make it an especially successful out of the gates application, it's going to be hard, and we'd like to make it work as fast and as well as possible. So things that apply directly to Berkeley we'll be looking for. And then I wanted to ask a more global question. Was your remit or assignment on in producing this report, was it to assess or to focus rather on police or public safety?
Was the assessment of calls for service. So the assessment that we did is with the data informed by the police department to focus on the big picture of how we look at public safety. So that's where we started. It's like, I find it helpful for me to think of policing as the hub of which the spokes of everything else goes off of. And they have the most rich data because they're the entity that primarily deals with all of our public safety issues because that's the only option. So we kind of use them as a hub and then build out on that. But the focus was alternative responses, not the police. We just use the police information to help drive the discussion and thinking.
So I'll just finish by saying I have a hope that we can go beyond just that hub. And you've heard a lot of frustration from us commissioners tonight in that we've certainly heard a lot about policing here in Berkeley, and we all understand it a lot better, and that's necessary and well and good. But we are also all thinking about the spokes and the rest of what public safety will include. Policing is an element of it, but there's, I think it was Commissioner Lutzker who used an analogy about a swimming pool and the fact that it's great to have lifeguards. It's great to have well-trained lifeguards, compassionate lifeguards, but we may not need more lifeguards, and we might need a whole lot more in terms of swim lessons and other forms of safety around bodies of water. And so one thing I had hoped to see in reports from your group is looking at other large and bold ideas like universal basic income, or how we can buttress education to reduce crime. Large systemic ideas like that there is data out there. Can these big ideas apply to Berkeley, and can we reduce the need for police by looking at other alternatives to public safety that aren't specifically police related? Is that something that you guys will be coming forward with in a different report, or is that just not in the bounds of what you're meant to consider?
Yes, ma'am. That's a little outside the scope of work that we were tasked with doing. But I do urge you and the commissioners to embark on that endeavor.
Thanks.
And let me, sorry, I'm in transit. That will be in the final report. We will specifically look at those other issues. This report was very specific as requested by the city for alternative responses. We will look at those broader kind of root cause issues in the final report.
Vice Chair Chima.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on this conversation because so far we've really concentrated on the kinds of harm that the police department does. We have not looked at the harm that gets done in the CBOs. We're sitting here pretending as though that if we shift things from the police department to the community and to community-based organizations, of course, it's different kinds of harm, but to say that that's where it will all be taken care of without people getting hurt and abused and misdirected in terms of services. For example, my question to Berkeley Mental Health would be, of all the clients that you've had for the last 5 years, how many have committed suicide while under your case management system? We're only looking at one side of this. And I know this is going to make a few people a little nervous about where I really stand. But I think if we're going to reduce harm in this town and make people safe, we also need to look at the other divisions of Berkeley Mental Health, and not just mental health, but public health, the harm that's done to people, especially people of color, when they go to those services. And the same thing in the community-based organizations. We haven't evaluated our community-based organizations in 1,000 years. You just get funded. So to assume that if we take something from one place and put it in another, that yes, of course, we might have some better outcomes, but we're also going to have to deal with the levels of harm that's done at the level of the community. Just had to say that. And I don't know who's going to do that analysis.
Mr. Malvito?
I think that's a fair point. I think that's a really good point. I think if this is adopted as a tiered model, I think it's really going to fall into how the RFP process works and who wants to be the holder of this. But I definitely agree. Like we can't certainly step away and say, all right, we finished our job here. I mean, the work of anti-racism never stops, right? We're going to have to look deeply into the organizations that decide to take this on. But I certainly will say, like, it's definitely, and I think we can all agree, it's a step up from what we currently have.
Any other questions, commissioners? If not, we'll turn to public comment.
Ready for public comment, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm seeing a few hands, but I'm not seeing all the, oh, there we go. All right, let me pull them in. Sorry, I had a glitch. We'll pull in Rashi first. Rashi, you should be able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My question is, when you refer to the SCU, my question is to the consultants, and you talk about being in contact with and being briefed by the city and tasked with this report. Are you talking about the interim SCU that I remember being in, listening into a meeting where the fire department, the mayor, and a couple of council members were talking about that? Is that what you're referring to? Because it doesn't seem you're in contact with the SCU task force. So that's one question. And then my other question is, Mr. Chappelle, have you served as part of the police in your prior position or any point in your time in your career? No. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
We'll bring in Emily. Looks like Carol's next. Carol, you should be good.
Actually, I was thinking that I was going to be speaking on the last item too, because the agenda says there is public comment on each item. So I was intending to mention this first earlier. Commissioner Lindheim said something extremely important, which he said the task force has heard, or the commission has heard, critiques of the police, but not of the CBOs from clients, from the community. And that's extremely important. I can tell you I have vast experience for years of hearing criticisms of CBOs from persons who are homeless or have mental health issues, who are dissatisfied. And even the people who are satisfied with certain services will say the services that they're satisfied with are still limited. I was found very disturbing the CBOs that were listed as referrals, who could possibly pick up what the police aren't handling. I found them extremely misinformed. For example, mental health, the Alameda Network of Mental Health Clients, which is Berkeley Drop-In Center, was listed, as was the Suitcase Clinic. Berkeley Drop-In Center is extremely limited in terms of their hours, the services they provide, etc. And they don't have the kind of mental health services that someone in crisis could be referred to there. Second, and as far as the suitcase clinic, oh, they're providing an extremely important service, but you're talking about a one evening a week where there's a drop-in and they link people up with volunteer physicians there, et cetera, provide foot washing, some amenities, et cetera. And they're students who go, are off cycle, they leave. There's no continuity of mental health care there. And on the next slide, there was the reference to the ambassadors and then the UCPD social services people. And there you have to ask, who do they work for? The ambassadors essentially work for the Downtown Berkeley Association. They're looking out for the interests of the business community. The UCPD social services are looking out for the interests of the university. These are not appropriate resources. And I'll have to continue with the rest of my comment another time. Thank you.
We'll now bring in Emily Ragusa.
Hi, I just had a quick question that's probably in the full report, but I was just basing this on the presentation. I believe in the tier 1 calls, there's a lot of the different types of calls that would be shifted, and they included investigations. And so I was trying to understand, does this mean that sex crimes detectives, homicide detectives, I guess I just wanted to understand what was referred to as investigations, if that could possibly be clarified, and sort of what percentage of the 6.8 million that would be. Thank you.
All right. I'll bring in Moni Law.
There we go. Thank you, commissioners, for your good work. And just to let you know, I believe the council confirmed, I believe this evening, a new commissioner joining you, Jamaica Moon, for the Berkeley Community Safety Coalition, of which I'm proud and honored to chair at this time. Berkeley Community Safety Coalition would implore you to do a number of things that a number of your commissioners are pointing out. Community investment is what's going to bring real change to safety, and we define it as affordable and safe housing. Secondly, culturally relevant education, physical and mental health, wellness, and economic security with respect to livable wages. We're not safe and secure at this time just by having more police. Clearly, the $77 million budget is not making us safer, but much of that money going into community services will, if you adopt the best model. And I'm happy that you're looking at different options. However, the creative thinking outside the box is really important to do so. I lived in Seattle in the past. I practiced law there for 10 years, 14 years in Yakima, Washington, and I know some of the city council members in Seattle, so I'm happy to reach out to see if there's information that could be useful through networking there. Also, I really encourage you to look at what's happening nationwide with some of the best leadership on the national question right in our backyard with Pastor Mike McBride and his brother Ben McBride. Live Free and Cease Free type programs, ceasefire type programs are funding peace and wellness and trauma recovery and restorative justice to make our neighborhoods safer. The gun violence spike they're finding is often beefs that are escalating between people, and then the lack of healing from those people impacted. So we do need more trauma recovery and implementation of services that are very helpful instead of harmful at this time. I'd also really ask you to please have the BPD as they're out on the streets to serve people and not harass the unhoused that are being pushed along. Then to wear their masks, which some are not doing, which is also not safe. Thank you very much.
Now allowing George Lippman.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm very happy to see the task force stepping up and moving to control its destiny and its search for solutions. I want to make kind of a structural suggestion as you define your objectives for the rest of your term in this commission. I'm hearing a couple of things that you're interested in doing from this conversation. One is looking at CERN type and SCU and BERC type of units that will take jobs or tasks, responsibilities away from the police department and place them in the hands of more appropriate professionals. Secondly, there's a lot of interest in dealing with the root causes of the need for law enforcement intervention, such as addressing housing, income, and so forth. And I think there's one more that I would add to that list, which is dealing with the actually existing police agency that we have. And it could be called reform, but given that these approaches are likely to take many years to really complete, we're going to have a sizable police department for that length of time and likely beyond. So I think it's really important to look at and try to manage and improve, I think is the word that the city council used, that police agency, and things such as oversight, racial profiling, transparency, use of force, and the like. And we can't focus all of our efforts at finding alternatives to policing, but we should reserve some of it for making the police department that we have function better with more respect for Black, Indigenous, people of color, homeless, and disabled and so forth, LGBTQ, within the city and within the structures that we currently have. That should be a part of your mandate as well.
Now allowing the caller with number 510-684-6301.
Hello, this is Bernadette Okereke. I hope you can hear me. I agree with what Monty-Law and what Carol Marusevich said. In addition to that, I believe we do need to have a mental health crisis response team that is 24 hours, because a lot of the mental health issues that we've seen happen or calls come in after 5 p.m. and definitely in the middle of the night. Also, I believe that we do need to have a place where the unhoused who have had mental health crisis go after they're discharged from, say, John George or whatever hospital that they've been discharged from, a facility, that they cannot just be discharged back onto the street. Housing is a big issue, and housing definitely affects the mental health of many people. In fact, most of the ones who are having mental health issues now that are unhoused didn't have it before they became unhoused. So we've got to look into those kind of programs and provide some kind of a respite program where people can go to. I would actually propose that the funds, the $568,000 or whatever $1,000 that are being, I'm not sure what it's going to be used for, other than the toiletries and all those vans and stuff that go to encampments. But I feel like it can be redirected to something that is even much more impactful on people's mental health, especially the unhoused. If they can go to a respite place where they have services, they're getting support, they're indoors, and they're able to transition from there into permanent housing. Just recycling people back onto the street is not going to work. It doesn't matter how many people we put out there to do it, it's just not going to work. And yes, definitely we need more people who are trained in mental health crisis to be able to respond to those things. I also believe that, yes, the cops that we have right now, the police, that they also do need to be trained in that, because since that's what we have right now, they need to be trained so that things are not escalating, so that they'll be able to de-escalate stuff even if they show up there. Whoever has to go out to these calls needs to be properly trained. to be able to de-escalate things. Because we're talking about people who are suicidal, people who are dealing with drug issues, people who are traumatized, especially given the fact that we've been through a pandemic. We are still in the pandemic. COVID is still here. That has affected a whole lot of people on a whole different level of mental health. And so we do need to take all of that into consideration. And definitely, I said before, housing first. That has to be one of our main things that we're channeling money into. Thank you.
We'll now allow in Steve Martineau. And Chair, just to confirm, when we hit the 0 in terms of 2 minutes, is that when to disable talk? I want to make sure we're treating everyone equitably.
I'm watching it. I'm just letting it go over, and equitably will be under 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Hi. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. George reminds me that the CERN framework is being proposed as a form of SCU. What I was able to discern from the report is that the CERN process is at all times interlinked with police and police evaluation of situations. And there's something that I think is unsavory about that, in the sense that if there's going to be a real SCU, it needs to be independent, be able to evaluate situations for itself independently from the police. Otherwise, they simply become an extension of the police into the area that is of critique by the movements of what the police are doing in civil situations where they show up with guns and scare the hell out of people who are involved in one kind of dispute or a stressful situation or emotional upset or another, that are not in violation of the law. And if we look at the history of police shootings from the last 10 years, we see that an enormous number of them are precisely police showing up in these kinds of social situations, making demands, issuing commands, seeing the commands not obeyed, and then militarizing, which too often eventuates in shooting a person. So I think that, that independence of the SCU is really important and needs to be emphasized. And I think that's a big lack in the program and schema that was presented. Thank you.
Now allowing Mark Staten.
Hey there, thank you. So yeah, I have a couple of concerns. Regarding this report, I sort of wish that the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform had either been more thorough or actually preferably had not really talked much about identifying CBOs in Berkeley, because it was really sort of misleading to just bring a few organizations in and just sort of say we've identified these as a couple of possibilities. I mean, the SCU steering team has done a tremendous amount of work. RDA is doing a tremendous amount of on the ground work, and you guys need to coordinate with the SCU steering committee to really hear what's actually happening. It felt really kind of slapdash and random to just throw these things together at the end of this document. I think you've been doing some really great work in other areas, but that was really not, I don't think that was helpful. So please, before the next report, let's have some coordination and some discussion among the organizations that are really trying to, in good faith, do this work. I also feel like there's as other people have identified, a kind of a dearth of imagination here in this reimagining public safety and policing. It just seems a little bit, it doesn't feel like it's getting to the core of anything. And I'm concerned that it feels like perhaps the work of this reimagining task force is winding down. It looks like after August, it doesn't seem like maybe there's too many more meetings scheduled. And it feels like you guys are just really getting to the crux of the work. And I would really like to see this task force continue. You know, we need to hear from a lot more voices. We've been hearing a whole lot from the police, but where are the voices from academia? Where's Nikki Jones from UC Berkeley? Where are the people who are really imagining 21st century public safety? You know, I know that the Reimagining Task Force, many of you are doing a lot on the side in your own time, trying to get this thing really, really proactive and really looking towards the future. And I don't feel like National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform is serving us completely in that pursuit. It feels kind of rote and a little bit basic. So if you could really, you know, reimagine yourselves and how you might want to pursue this work into the next couple of months, I think we would really all benefit from it continuing. Thank you.
That is all the public comment, Chair.
Thank you. Let me pose a quick question here.
I'm sorry, Chair, we have one
we
person raised, yeah.
Okay, let's hear from them.
Sorry about that.
Greetings. My name is Ayana Davis. I'm a South Berkeley resident and a member of the Berkeley Community Safety Coalition. I just wanted to give my support for Jamaica Moon as our recommendation to the commission. She is should add a lot to it. And I also want to give all the commissioners kudos for being present. I heard the average stop time is 11 minutes for traffic stops in Berkeley. But I've been observing traffic stops since I was a teenager. So let's say over 40 years. And you, as a Black person in Berkeley, and someone who's lived primarily in South Berkeley most of her life, I have seen many stops that take much longer, and it's more than just one officer. And I've seen young Black women held for at least half an hour. And I think we have to understand that the so-called average stop is not what the average Black person experiences with Berkeley. And I encourage the commission to deal with that. I also encourage the commission, when we look at public safety and community safety, we have to include how trauma impacts the community. And so these organizations that we are having as references need to be able to address trauma. And I also agree with Bernadette, right? It has to be 24 hours. Some of the major traumatic incidences that happen in families related to trauma and trauma responses and mental health crisis happen later in the day and often in the early hours of the morning. That needs to be addressed. And we have to understand we must deal with and focus on alternatives for our young people. Funding like
Yeah, so I've lost my sound, so I'm gonna ask Buna if she can take over for a minute while I figure out what's going on.
Okay, and funding our programs for our youth and our community health.
Do we have any other speakers?
Doesn't look like there are any other speakers, Vice Chair.
David,
No.
I don't have the agenda in front of me. So can you please tell me what the next item is?
Oh, of course. So the next item is we reordered, well, the task force reordered the agenda to move the alternative responses draft report ahead of the community engagement discussion. So what follows is community engagement update, in community engagement survey draft report, and initial community listening sessions results and draft report by the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform.
Okay, let's take that next one at a time. Is it going to be 3 different reports or just one report?
It's actually
Two
one
reports.
report.
Okay.
Shamika, I do not have sharing capabilities. I think I'm under Nahali because I didn't have a link. So oh, there we go. So hopefully you can see my report. So you all received the 63-page report, which has a lot of information in it. And so in this presentation, I will just sort of share a high-level overview of the report, knowing it has a lot of information in it and a lot to digest. And I have to acknowledge I'm really grateful for the conversation today or tonight, because it really is shifting the way that we're having this talk. And all of the discussion earlier about the need for community engagement and how community engagement is important in that shifting toward a community-centered public safety model. This effort was a collaborative between NICJR, the City Manager's Office, Bright Research Group, the task force, the subcommittee of the Community Engagement Subcommittee. And, you know, I want to underscore the depth of wisdom that is in this room that this conversation tonight has exemplified too. This process was multi-pronged on purpose. We know that that community engagement is challenging. And so we created a multi-pronged approach to reach as many Berkeley residents as we could, and also hear the voices of those that are most marginalized and difficult to reach. So it was a broadly distributed survey, listening sessions designed to engage marginalized communities. And with the guidance from the City Manager's Office, BRG focused on 4 populations for the listening sessions: Black and Latinx, formerly incarcerated and low-income individuals, and individuals struggling with food and/or housing insecurity. We know that Berkeley is not a monolithic city, nor are the diverse populations that make it such a rich community. We also know that there are inherent challenges in reaching our most marginalized communities, especially when discussing these sensitive and sometimes traumatic subject matters. So this is evident in the report, and in and of itself speaks to the need to continue community engagement. And I have a screen freeze. So the community engagement yet to come. We are still working on gender equity and violence community engagement. There are additional interviews with the Pacific Center staff and participants to engage our LGBTQ community. And then we will be doing district-specific town halls following the draft report of the final report. We want to use this information. It is already, you saw in the earlier report that it informed the alternative response report. It will inform the recommendations coming in the final report, and we hope that it serves as a foundation for continued sustainable city engagement efforts. So I want to do a little brief overview of the survey respondents. The survey was open from May 18th to June 15th. We were expecting about 500 participants or respondents, and we received over 2,000. And there were 3 zip codes that were highly represented or overrepresented. And then the survey respondents skewed a bit older, 70% over 45 and 40% over 60. This is a bit of a overview of the age range of participants. And in these slides from the survey, there's a lot of information. So I'm sort of going to breeze through them, hoping that when you get to take a deeper dive on the presentation and in the report, there's a little bit more time to process it. Here is a breakdown of the zip code representation. That gray bar is the representation of that zip code in Berkeley's population. And then the gold bar is the representation of respondents in the survey. So some of the survey findings that the respondents expressed a range of perspectives, and a large percentage deemed Berkeley to be somewhat safe. I think the bottom two bullet points, that the most important public safety concerns were homelessness and sexual assault, followed by shootings and homicides. And then the lowest priorities in public safety were substance use, drug sales, and police violence. Some of the priorities that came out of the survey were that so much of this was brought up in the discussion that was happening tonight, so I really appreciate it, is that some priorities for community health and safety investment in mental health services and homeless services, violence prevention programs. I think it's important to note that 41% of the respondents reported being the victim of a crime. So some of these, some more of the responses, that 38% perceived the Berkeley Police Department to be somewhat effective, 55% perceived the BPD to be effective or very effective, and 6.7 indicated that the BPD is not effective at all. And 54% indicated that they had had contact with the Berkeley Police Department in the last 3 years. On this slide, one of the things that I wanted to point out is among the respondents who indicated that they've had contact with the BPD and chose to report the quality of those experiences, 3 out of 4 indicated that the experience was positive or very positive. One point here is that the preference for 80% indicated that they would prefer trained mental health providers to respond to mental health related and substance use calls. And 83%, a little more than 83%, indicated a preference for homeless services providers to respond to calls for that. So that sort of aligns with the alternative responses. So going to our listening sessions, there were 12 listening sessions held, and here's a breakdown of sort of who the lead organizations were on these listening sessions between May 6th and July 16th. These listening sessions were held, and NICJR led the listening sessions with the BPD command staff, 2 line staff, and the Merchants Association. BRG held 4 with residents in the community with the support of CBOs and some of the partners. Commissioner Fine worked with the LGBTQ and trans community and residents experiencing mental health challenges and peers listening sessions. And then Commissioner Malvito held 2 listening sessions with the Latinx community. And I believe that he might be working on a few more of those. So a breakdown of the participants in the listening sessions. There are some, like I talked about earlier, there are some challenges in community engagement and really engaging with people who have been most impacted. It's difficult to trust, and so it's sometimes difficult to engage, and that's why we want to continue doing the work. These are the participants that were in the NICJR listening sessions. And then the listening sessions held by task force members. There were some challenges engaging with the LGBTQ and trans community, and Commissioner Find is following up with that, and she has 2 more next week with the Pacific Center and staff and participants. So some of the themes that came out of the listening sessions, many Berkeley areas are relatively safe. Some people identify sort of where the areas that seem to feel safer and some that feel unsafe. Business districts are increasingly less safe, and young people of color are concerned about their personal safety and being victims of robbery, shootings, and police violence. With respect to some interaction with contact with the BPD, many focus group participants do not view the BPD as a community resource and instead rely on themselves and their communities for safety. Those who have experienced mental health challenges feel police officers are not trained to appropriately connect with and help someone in crisis. With respect to community investments, there was a lot of feedback on the mental health department visibility and capacity to leverage services to the community in need, increasing sustainable capacity for community-based organizations. And I think that came up in discussion earlier tonight as well. And those with lived experience to provide the magnitude of services needed in their respective communities. The need for accountability in the intersectionality and the role of race, ethnicity, gender identity, and expression, sexual orientation, disability, age, class, and other factors that can impact the scope and nature of a crisis response for diverse people living with mental health challenges. I think this is also something that came up earlier, is the concern that racism and inequity are broader issues than the BPD, and they need true commitment to an anti-racist approach to program design and implementation, with an authentic process to co-create. And I think those words co-create are really important too, because this is about, this is about shared power and shared safety for everybody. Opportunities for community-centered public safety: increase police training, increase community policing, invest in training in trained peacekeepers and community safety patrols. And I think the word, investment is really important. Hiring social workers and mental health clinicians who live in and reflect the communities that they serve is essential to effectiveness in community-centered public safety. So we know that the task force and the city has the opportunity and the power and the positionality to develop a model that is reflective of all Berkeley residents. And so we hope that some of the information in this report, and as you take a deeper dive into it, can help provide some valuable resources and direction for that.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the commissioners?
I fixed my sound.
Okay, the Hector's next.
Hey, everyone. Yes, thank you so much for the report, and I owe you some notes, Cheryl. Yes, one of the questions I have just about sort of the timeline and the potential to extend the work of the task force is, wondering how possible is it to have like a community engagement 2.0 later down the line? I think this first round was really helpful, but I think we can all see the survey results and some of the gaps that are present there. And in the future sort of community engagement process, I would want a much broader timeline with a bit more of the engagement that's related to education about what this all is even about. Contextualizing the survey itself, providing some more perhaps in-person opportunities for people to fill out this survey. Even if the questions themselves are great, but perhaps if we need to refine them later down the line, maybe even after the task force comes up with initial recommendations to see what the community is actually thinking about what we're doing. I don't know how possible this is, but I think it's really, really important that we think about this, because I know, as we've heard, many community members on public comment today and before, and even just in conversations that I've had out of this meeting, are concerned that there isn't enough of a more robust community engagement. And that's just like the nature of the beast, that we just haven't had enough time. But I also don't want, I want to get ahead of community members denouncing this task force just because we haven't had a more robust engagement process. That's, I guess, one of the way I'm looking at it. And I'm wondering if there's any thoughts from either you, Cheryl, or really any other commissioners that might want to weigh on what you're all feeling about that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, look, COVID has not been our friend. And so I think some of that has really hindered some of the boots on the ground and the ability to sit with people in person. And it's one of the reasons why it was important for us to have community partners and community organizations involved in the process, because we know that marginalized communities feel more comfortable having these discussions and learning about and understanding what this process is by someone who is familiar to them, whether the organization is familiar to them or the person is familiar to them. So it is a bit of it does take a little bit of a few steps sometimes, right? And so I appreciate the desire to continue doing this. And I think that it's something that we should explore.
Commissioner Lutzker.
Hi, thank you so much for this report, and just apologies to fellow commissioners. I'm going to have to hop off in about 10 minutes, but I wanted to ask this question. I fully support what Commissioner Malvito is saying about, continuing these listening sessions and what others have said to try to gather more information. I also want to encourage you to use the survey, which, while not representative, does have a lot of rich information in it, not to look at it overall and to look at differences, but actually to pick out marginalized communities by using the data that you've collected. You have information on whether individuals have been formerly incarcerated. You have information on self-reported race and ethnicity, on self-reported gender or identification, sexual orientation, and you have quite a lot of both quantitative data, but also you have qualitative reports that were free text response boxes that are there. And I didn't see any analysis from the survey data looking at that qualitative data. And I recommend that you can augment some of the data that you're getting from the listening sessions by kind of slicing and dicing out, and you can look at the qualitative information from everyone who took the survey, but there may have been populations of people who, because of childcare reasons or because of other timing issues or whatever, just can't make it to a listening session. And so there may be some valuable input, and it may be a very different group of formerly incarcerated folks who are completing the survey versus those who are in the listening session. But I encourage you to reach into that data there and augment your listening session data with additional information from that.
No, thank you. And that actually was specifically done with the Latinx community, because we knew that we were limited on input with those listening sessions at that point. And so that qualitative data from the survey was done on the Latinx community specifically. So we did a little bit of that, but I definitely will take a look at doing more of it too. I hear that.
Commissioner Fine.
Yeah, I really want to thank Cheryl. We have had a very, very positive relationship. I work with Giovanni Dayani together on the mental health listening session where we had peers with mental health challenges. There were 14 people, and it was really incredibly moving, and we did a 12-page report. And even with it was so difficult making this extensive outreach to try to do the LGBT session. And I do think COVID impacts it, but we have been able, because of Cheryl, to be persistent and to approach the Pacific Center and still find a way to do these listening sessions in the LGBT community. And I'm really grateful for it. And I want to thank you for that. And also want to highly recommend the ride along, because I see Lieutenant Turner there. And she really talked me through a whole day and was incredibly generous with her time. And if you have an opportunity to do that, I really recommend doing it.
Commissioner Opton.
Yes, I want to second what Commissioner Fine just said about Lieutenant Turner. I'd also recommend that any of us who have an opportunity to ride along with her avail ourselves of that. So I would like to extend and reinforce the remarks I was making earlier this evening about what I would like to see this group do and what I think it can do. I'm just tremendously impressed with the depth of talent and dedication that I see in many of our group's members. It would be a shame if we just disperse after a few months and that's it. We should make our talents and our time available to the city and to areas, to perhaps audiences larger than the city, to improve public safety within and beyond policing. I think what the road to doing that is requires two things. One is that we start writing our ideas to ourselves, sharing those ideas in writing. What we are doing is too complex, too novel, and too difficult for us to successfully communicate about it in a way that leads to action merely by talking. We've got to put things in writing in our communications to ourselves and to our audience in Berkeley. And the second thing is, well, my memory is so full of holes, I can't remember the second thing at the moment. Oh yes, it is, we've got to extend the life of the committee, or of the commission. I believe the city fathers and mothers on the city council had in mind a commission that would work for 6 or 7 or maybe 8 or even 10 months, but not that it would go beyond that. And I don't believe that anything is scheduled for us at present beyond August, or certainly beyond September or October. But if we're going to do anything that is worthy of being remembered and which will bring about some real changes, it's going to take work by us beyond the month of October. So I would like to see us plan to do that, plan a schedule to do it, make a request to the city council that they officially extend our life as a commission beyond October. And if they decline to do so, that we continue as a non-city affiliated private organization. We're free to do so, and the cost of doing so is practically nil, and the opportunities to do some real good by hanging together with or without the imprimatur of the city are tremendous. Let's do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just note that, we've been extended. We'll be working past October, past November, and likely past December into the new year. I don't have an exact date because I believe that would be up to council to decide exactly when we'd stop, but I do have on pretty firm ground that we will have the time we need to get this done thoroughly. I believe Commissioner Fine. Where did she just go?
No, I have to lower my hand.
Okay, so I thought. Commissioner Malvito?
Yeah, and that's great to hear. I'm glad to hear about the extension. And also, quick side note, I do want to also thank Cheryl for her persistence in not only communicating with us, but also, taking the time to walk us through this whole process of the listening sessions. It's been really helpful. which is why we should keep it going. It's exactly why we should keep this stuff going. And I mean, truthfully, I hear extension and it's all exciting and stuff, and I want to be happy about that. But I'm also wondering, is it like what are some of the things that we need to start talking about to make sure that happens well? Because I'm not sure how long Nick Jr.'s contract will be going on for, or what we need to be asking City Council for. Is there like new monies that we need to be looking at? I know this might be all process, but I'm wondering, like, is there anything that we have to do as commissioners to make sure that happens well, instead of just, you know, crossing our fingers and hoping that it does happen well? I want to be proactive about this.
Yeah, to my knowledge, and you know, don't fully quote me, but I believe Nick Jr.'s contract ends at the end of the year. Again, to my knowledge, there's not been yet discussion about that, though they may have an update on the agenda later here. In terms of the survey, at least with RGB's concern, I believe their contract's already up, and I'm not sure where that process will go, or if Nick Jr. has the capacity to do it themselves and just, you know, either attach some additional funding, or I'm not fully clear on that, but I do know we'll probably have to do something on that end if we want to have a more extensive second survey of sorts.
Yeah, and I think that's, thank you, both Commissioner Fine and Commissioner Malvito. I do think that it's, sure, I think it's definitely worth looking at. I think there are some questions to ask about what is it that we're looking for, right? And I think that taking this time in August to really dive into a 63-page report and all of the reports that you guys are going to do, you might come up with some questions that you have or some ways that you want to approach it, that we can look at what that next round looks like to be effective and efficient and impactful with it. So, sure.
Any other questions, commissioners? If not, let's go to public comment, please.
All right, there are a few hands raised, more coming. We're bringing Carol first.
I believe that there should have been far more outreach to persons with mental health issues and the homeless and family members. I don't think there were any groups with family members. Also, I don't know if you reached out to the Black churches. I believe there should have been more input from Black members of the community. And I also wonder if a lot of people that I have mentioned this to don't even know this is going on. So are you reaching out to people who don't go online a lot? And as far as the ambassadors, you know, to see them in a conclusion is really disturbing to me, because actually I believe the ambassadors are actually outside the business community are largely viewed as being more quasi-police than the police are. So that the bike patrol is received much better in terms of being balanced than the ambassadors, who are generally perceived by most people with mental health issues or people experiencing homelessness has hostile to them, and only again looking out for the interests of the business community. They actually see more balance when the police go out in terms of the police, the bike patrols. So I'm uncomfortable with this report. I don't think it's gone far enough. I don't know what you're going to do to, in this limited time, to get more community input, but you clearly need to do it. And definitely you need to get input from family members. Oh, and also persons who have attempted to seek services, but have been unable to do so. There are people who believe they need mental health services. There are people who've been suicidal, who've made suicide attempts and threats, and they have not been able to access services. And that's an important group to reach also. Thank you.
I'll bring in the next speaker is Mark Staten.
Hey there, thank you very much. Yeah, so listening to this, reading this report earlier, I commend Nick Jr. for this and Bright Research for this information. I think it was very hard probably to get respondents. At first glance, we look at this and it seems to suggest that Berkeley residents feel like, it's moderately safe in Berkeley and the police are doing a pretty good job and et cetera, whatever. And then looking at the section that is just about the Black respondents, it's reading between the lines, it's like a novel. It is so sad to me to look at this and see how people really feel about their safety, how this city and the police treat Black people. It's a tale of two cities, absolutely. And you even say so in the report. It feels tragic. It really feels tragic and it feels terribly sad. And if there's ever a reason to continue doing this work and to really delve into this, we have got to get to the bottom of this, because we are just diverging more and more and more as a society in Berkeley here. It's devastating. I really feel like it's devastating. I would say I would quote some of it, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about. People feel surveilled by their neighbors. They don't feel safe. They don't feel like that the resources of the city are going to protect them. I feel like people are more and more afraid for their very continued existence in Berkeley, and other people are worried about, how homeless people encroaching on their businesses and homes might affect them. You have got to continue doing this work, and I'm very heartened to hear that this process will continue on. Thank you very much.
Okay, I apologize, Ayana, that I lowered your hand unintentionally. I see you raise your hand back up. I'll bring you in now.
Thank you. Again, after most of us have worked a full day, we're still here, and I really appreciate that, where we could be anywhere else. I encourage this commission to continue the work that it's doing and stay in place and find ways to make that happen. I also encourage outreach. Outreach is key in our community, and I feel like the listening sessions did not get the level of outreach that they needed. Certainly, I went back and checked my emails, my Healthy Black Families emails, and didn't see invites to listening sessions that we could have forwarded and shared with community, nor did I see them come in from other community organizations. So I just really encourage, when you have consultants doing the work, that they be connected to the community in ways that will fully engage our full community. That said, I again cannot stress how important it is that we include our young people in how we're thinking about the future of community safety. They are the future, and we must engage them, get their ideas and their process into these reimagining sessions. My kudos and loves to Alicia for her being here and participating in this process. And we have to have the voice of our young people as part of this process. It can't just be just one. We've got to find other ways to bring our younger folks in. And good night.
Okay, Chair, it looks like there are no other hands raised.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing else.
Yeah, I'll just say briefly of the survey. I'm happy we have these results in the listening session, and I thank you, Cheryl, for all your work in collaboration with folks on the task force and outside in the community. I know it certainly was not an easy time to try to do something like this, and I think at the beginning of the process, we kind of all knew that this would make it very difficult to have results that were representative. Unfortunately, we just don't have that here at this survey. Now, of course, I mean, it has no value, but I think we have to be aware of the reality that the survey is not close to being representative in terms of race, in terms of age. I can easily think that 1/5 of Berkeley's usual population of students, most of them weren't even here, let alone knew about the survey. That's tens of thousands of people right there, potentially. So again, I know you don't control those factors. It's just unfortunate. But I do hope we can do more. And certainly if that's something we have to ask, I'd be open to proposing that. But I'd like to make sure I have my information straight first. But I do thank you for the work you've put in. And hopefully we can look forward to additional work as well.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on in the agenda, I believe we are to the last item. Sorry, I'm scrolling up the report here. Too many reports. There we go. Okay, yes, we are on the last item. So I guess first, if there's anyone from Nick Jr. Who has any contract update information. If not, we can put that for another meeting.
Yeah, that might be a Dave White question. I do not.
No, we talked just the other day, Cheryl and I had mentioned that the chair would be expecting an update on the contract from you.
Well,
so I'd appreciate if you could jump in.
Well, I do not have update on the contract, unfortunately, but I will make sure that gets looked into because I know this work is important. And if we're going to have more survey work, that's going to be important. So that is a conversation I'll commit now to having with city staff and see what I can find out. Sorry about that miscommunication there, but we can move on instead to our next steps and reflection. I'd ask this to be another quick around the room, this one more in the minute variety. Next steps for me, I'd say, are to make sure I understand fully where we are in terms of contract so we can do good work in terms of surveys and outreach. Ensuring that we have some baseline to work off of in terms of potential recommendations. And again, I'll stress that, as we start the process, we may have some bare bones, document just to have a place to start working from. And we may have that for several months. That was the case with the mayor's working group on Fire and Parks policing. The original document we had was worked on for months and months and months and months and months, and changed for months and months and months. So do not think anything that comes up first will be the final report. And ultimately, I'm looking forward to having more conversations with all of you, especially after August 17th when I take the LSAT. I will be trying to reach out even more to hear from all of you individually. So we can really get into September on a positive note and starting with the work going in haste. So, yeah, David, if you have the roll call, you can go down the list. Or if you get the other.
Actually, I'll take it, Dave. It's okay.
Thank you. I was just pulling up the name, so thank you, Shamika. I appreciate it.
What is the motion here? I'm sorry.
We're just going through next steps. Anything folks think we really need to know in a minute or so.
As we did. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarification. Commissioner Fine.
Yeah. Oops. I would say A couple things. I think it's really important. We have great community engagement data, and I really hope we thoroughly use it to inform policing and making meaningful changes. I hope we get to the heart of dispatch. I hope we also get connected with the community engagement data with RDA and the fact that they've looked at alternative models, interviewed many cities, and that we really have a collaboration among different systems. And I hope that we start looking at some of the equities and disparities on the social services and health and wellness, and how we can look forward to like reallocating some of these resources.
Thank you. I believe Commissioner Jigu is absent. Yes, I'll move on. Vice Chair Chima.
Yeah, I would be very interested in understanding more fully how the PAB and the fair and impartial policing, and where does all of this converge? The work of the task force, the work of PAB, hiring of the new chief, which will bring great change, I hope. And when does the work of implementing fair and impartial policing happen? And now that we have more time, do they have timelines on some? See, when I look at this, it seems like some of the work that that will probably end up with PAB, like, you know, how we recruit, how we train, discipline, the changing of the culture, how we care for our officers, all of that might belong there. And so some more clarity, David, in terms of all this work that's going on in the community, where does it converge? And that might not be a question you can answer right away, but at some point, all this needs to be headed in the same direction. And so if we're not having communication with the other bodies that are doing, you know, whether we call it reimagining or reform or use any other word, you know, there seem to be some disconnects. So it'd be great to know, you know, when the implementation of fair and impartial recommendations will happen. PAB has been seated. You know how the hiring of their director is going, and at what point can all these bodies come together and see if where we're taking the city of Berkeley in terms of looking at our police department, but also looking at public safety from all these other points of view. I don't know if the council is planning to then take all of that work and you know, create a policy around how we move forward as a city, and how all of these are going to, you know, affect all of us, not who work here, but also who live here. So just like Margaret was saying, you know, the SCU work, and I feel the same way in some ways, the SCU work, I don't believe belongs to the task force until after RDA has finished its work and sends us its recommendations. So I think that's something we, after we've heard from the community. So I guess that's my question. I hope it makes sense to people, is all these reform and reimagining initiatives are happening. We're not the only one. And at what point do all those recommendations become the future vision of the city?
You want me to try to chime in, Chair, or just you want to keep going, whatever you prefer?
If you have a good answer.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, Chair. So I think that's a really deep and thoughtful question, Vice Chair. I think part of what is challenging about this work in Berkeley is that there are things that are happening by virtue of where they are in the process. And so to be like really crystal clear and specific is many communities throughout the country that are invested in reimagining policing will develop recommendations around the need for a civilian oversight function for their police department. Well, Berkeley's on version 2.0 of that work because of the charter amendment that was adopted, and that's kind of moving forward on its path. And so, you know, that's happening, and as soon as that can be on the agenda, certainly the interim director of police accountability will talk about, you know, that for all of you to understand kind of what that looks like in this community. I think the, you know, other things that when you sort of look at that reimagining bucket, some communities talk about the need for updated use of force policies. Well, the Police Review Commission last year, you know, took a policy developed by Councilmember Harrison and worked incredibly swiftly and thoughtfully to really develop one of the more elaborate use of force policies probably in the country, you know, at this point in time. So I think for, you know, where Berkeley is so far ahead of other communities in general that really where we are is really bearing down and talking about this conversation about what is the breadth of services that, you know, reside within the police department itself, and what that's going to look like and what are the other services that need to exist, which is also what provides us with the platform to talk about things like the Department of Transportation and the Specialized Care Unit and whatnot. So I'm not entirely sure how they come together into this group, except to the extent that the more that we can do in a way that's comfortable for the task force to educate all of you about how sophisticated of a organization and community we are, you know, the less in some level you have to worry about in terms of you don't have to, you know, dig into what civilian oversight looks like because that's sort of a settled topic. So I would hope that by, you know, providing whatever background we can help shape, you know, the best direction for this task force. I don't know if that totally gets there, Vice Chair, but that was some initial thinking.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shamika, if we can go to the next person on the list.
Commissioner Blake. Commissioner Lindheim.
I'm sort of feeling a bit beaten down right at the moment. It's late at night. I've been at it since 6:30 this morning. But first of all, I do second Buna's comments about this whole issue of what is our role in the midst of all of the other stuff going on and how does this all get integrated. This has been a question since day one of this process, or day 3 months before the process around the RFP and things like that. It just wasn't clear who was doing what and how this was all supposed to come together and all these kind of things. You know, since one of the major interests is this SCU thing, and since there is a separate RDA consultant in all of this, it does seem like it would make sense for us to hear from those folks. We did hear from Lisa, but we really haven't heard from other folks, and that would be interesting. You know, I really do want to get some understanding about whether it's the mobile crisis response team or anything else, how all of these ideas are ever going to be set up and staffed and trained for and all of those so that they would ever become reality. You know, because it's one thing to talk about all of these tier one items, But if we don't have people to respond, or groups to respond, or organizations to respond, or a means of coordinating all of those different groups to respond, that we're not going to get from here to there. And so I think it's just really important to get an understanding of what some of the constraints and what some of the limitations are. And as we've said earlier, it would be really great to hear from some of Berkeley critics of BPD, some of the more outspoken ones, and what their issues and experiences have been. I know I've said over and over again, at least within our subcommittee, that we've been besieged with PowerPoint after PowerPoint from the police, and I believe that. I am curious what BPD's response would be to the consultant report, whether they have to beat us down with another PowerPoint, or whether they can just provide some written comments. That I don't really care, but I would be curious at some point, before we take that report very seriously, to at least see what some of the complications might be. Not that that is the answer, it's just another data point to be considering. But I don't know, I'm sort of, like I said, I'm tired. I've told our chairman all the things that I think we should do moving forward. He has a list of all those things, so I'm just going to have to pass at this point.
Yes, Commissioner Blake.
Thank
You're
you.
back.
Can you hear me? Am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I echo Mr. Lindheim. I'm exhausted at this point, but that's sort of the point of all of this. We're looking for a way to make all of this happen in our city, in our very small community, actually. And the reality is that all of this is continuing as we're busy reimagining. Nothing is better in the streets right now. There's nothing that is better now than it was when we began this process. And as I look at this process, and I appreciate the switch today in this meeting, but as I look at this process, I have to realistically look at least another 24 months of things continuing just as they are. So my response to it has been to respond to these meetings, contribute and listen and learn the best that I can. But the reality, ladies and gentlemen, is that it continues, and someone is out there in the streets right now doing everything that they can to help our community. I'm one of those people. In this meeting, I took 20 minutes out and ran up to Carlton and Shattuck because there was an incident happening. That'll never get reported to the police. That's the idea. We would like to be able to do this ourselves. We need to educate our community. We need to work with our community so that we can take care of ourselves, so that our police are doing what are policing, not running our mental health services, not being social workers. They should be policing. There's plenty enough to police in Berkeley. But that's the reality that someone like me who is in the streets is facing. Nothing is better, and we actually literally have to do it ourselves. There's no one else to do it. I hope and I invest my energy in this process in the hopes that it will become better. But it's not going to be better for another at least 24 months. Thanks. I'll whine again the next time I'm asked to. Thanks.
Commissioner Dangerfield.
So I think the question pending is kind of what I'd like to see happen going forward. And what's essential is the crafting of alternatives that actually are broadly acceptable in the community, because if they're not, then they likely will not work. We'll just wind up with more defunct artifices than we have now. And I'm not really interested in that campaign. Really testing the capacity of the community to absorb these changes and to expand on the idea that we're going to wind up having to do it ourselves is an expression of what community means, hopefully, because otherwise, what are we doing and why are we here? And I've heard a lot of suggestions about restructuring and alternatives in other cities, and all of it's great. It rings true as something we should be focusing on. And I'm really interested in constructing systems, new systems that serve the community rather than just simply placate those who have power around these questions. And so that's what I'm looking most forward to now that we have something to pivot around and we're not just dancing in the ether with these ideas. That we have a report, and whether we like it or not, it winds up becoming a relevant backdrop. So I'm hoping to deconstruct it and pull from it the suggestions that I think will work in Berkeley, and to add our own ideas on top. And so that's what I hope happens moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Ghosh?
Yeah, I was grateful for Commissioner Dangerfield's comment because I feel very similarly. I think what I'm trying to wrestle with in listening to all of you is that we want to be transformative, but also in listening to Commissioner Blake, there is an urgency. And how do we balance transformative with urgency? Because I think we need to hear more from community members, but for some of us who've been listening for a long time, I think we already know. So I would be interested in listening to community members about our solutions and alternatives that we're offering, then continuing to hear about what the problem is. I think we know what the problem is. So I think that's a pivot in community engagement that I'm interested in, is asking folks for solutions or their reaction to any solutions we have. And then for us to come up with some kind of scope of work that allows us, like an endless process is not necessarily the most just, because we're going to lose people. We're already tired in these meetings. For us to be able to commit, we just have to accept that this is lifelong work, and how much of it do we want to do here, and how much do we want to do in the next 6 months, how much do we want to do in the next 12 months, how much do we want to do in the next 2 years, and even as a city. So I think some level of practical urgency does not mean that we cannot be transformative. And I'd love to hear from fellow commissioners about processes and timelines that we can apply to ourselves, so we're being accountable to folks, and we are not burning out from responding to the urgency that continues to exist around us, while still doing something transformative. So I'm hoping a future agenda item we can talk about processes and take some ownership. We are the community as well. I mean, we keep saying community, we're not represented, these voices are not heard, but we are here, we represent organizations and people. I think we need to take ownership of that and step up as much as we can, and help facilitate the process so we can be more effective because of the urgency. So that's my hope.
Thank you. Commissioner Hyde?
Thanks, everyone. I'm tired too. I concur with everyone. I am relieved we're at a turning point, and we feel more, our dialogue feels more action oriented. I'm interested in the more. I think that police reform is here, it's on the table. We have a lot of information to move forward with it. We have an alternative, the CERN model that was presented in the alternative report. I'm interested in how, I'm disappointed actually that Nick Jr. is, it's beyond their scope of work to be looking at youth services, unhoused services, structured work programs for the city, you know, kind of anything beyond policing, the spokes that go beyond the hub. I'm sad that's not part of their scope of work, but if it's not and it's on us, then how do we all take ownership and move that stuff forward? Because we all know nothing happens in isolation for our community. So that, you know, how do we move on multiple fronts, as Commissioner Blake pointed out, to change things as soon as we can. 24 months feels like a long time. How can we move it along faster than that to relieve some of the pressures in our city and for our community?
Commissioner Malvito. Sorry.
I echo the exhaustion. Worked a full day today and it's 10 o'clock. Excited to hop off, but I'm grateful for the space. I also am very optimistic about this pivot, this sort of reset. I know it took a lot of work and a lot of conversations to get us where we are right now. But I'm grateful for all of those. I really appreciate what Commissioner Ghosh said about taking ownership of this process. In many ways, I think it's incumbent on us as commissioners to identify those organizations in our community that we truly believe in. And I also appreciate the fact that we are experts. We are here all together because we know what we know and we're good at it. And we've been doing it for a while, some of us more than others. But that's what's exciting to me about this process. It almost kind of feels like we're starting anew out of the presentations from the police department. But I personally feel really motivated. I think when it comes to our subcommittees, I think a majority of the work that's going to be coming from them is important for us to not only, you know, start having conversations about. I know the community engagement subcommittee hasn't met, the alternative solutions, the improving and reinvest subcommittee also hasn't met, and I would want us to restart that and get the ball going with that, so that maybe we can start getting assignments on what we're actually supposed to be doing as those subcommittee members, so that we're fully transparent and accountable to those goals. I'm also really interested in some of those timelines that were brought up earlier. Like, what are some of the short-term goals that this commission has? At what point do we want to have an indicator that says we've been doing our job for the short term because we met these goals? We got these many presentations. We got these many people speaking to us. At the very least, we have a framework of whatever it is that we're going to be producing. Long-term goal, I mean, we can talk about that later, but I do really, I think, even as a commission right now in this space, I think we should be more encouraged. I mean, truthfully, I don't come from the commission world, so I'm just more of a, like, everyone unmute yourself and just start talking over each other and we'll figure it out. So that's kind of like where I'm coming from. And I really want that to feel like we can do that. If someone says something you don't like or someone says something you do like, just kind of challenge it and just go with it. Because another reason why I think a lot of community members aren't turned into these meetings are because it feels a little formal. It feels a little disconnected from how conversations actually happen in the real world. So that's kind of like where I'm coming at this. I really want to see, like, the human side of this commission and what we can produce. I wish there was a chat and I would put my email and my phone number. Most of you, I hope, have it, but if you want to just talk, send me a text. I promise I'll respond, but that's just where I'm coming from. I really want to get the ball rolling on some of these things, and I don't want to wait around for anybody or any more reports or studies or anything like that. So excited to be a part of this.
Chair Mizell.
Do anyone else after me? Let's go there
so
first.
there are
we got
three others besides you after you.
Okay, let's go with the other folks.
Okay. Commissioner Opton, you're next.
Did you say Upton?
Yes.
I didn't mean to have my hand up. I'm not sure that I did.
We're going around asking about next steps.
Oh.
You don't have to have anything right now. You can.
Yeah. We definitely need next steps. And I wish I were able to tell you what they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I can't. I think we all need to give that thought, including me, come up with some next steps that we believe we ought to be doing and communicate with one another about what those are, probably via our City of Berkeley staff person who can send them out to all of us.
Commissioner Harger? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Upton, were you done?
I was going to say that would be within the scope of your job, wouldn't it? If we send you things to be distributed to the committee?
Yes, Dave and I always distribute and forward things that you send to us to distribute amongst the group. Yes. Commissioner Upton, it's okay if we move forward? Yes.
Yes, let's go forward.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Harger, you're next.
Thank you. I want to keep things short because we're all super tired. We all want to go to sleep. But basically, for next steps, I myself am just going to continue to try to reach out to community groups and the various resources and people and organizations that have been brought up by public commenters and by other commissioners this evening, and try to assist Chair Mizell with stacking up some good speakers on our upcoming agendas. And also trying to, as Chair Mizell noted, there haven't been students around, and students are going to be coming back sometime soon. And so in my future as a ASUC representative, I'm hoping to get students looped into, tapped into understanding this process. And yeah, it's been a good meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz is absent. Is Commissioner Lutzker still on? I believe she said she had to leave. Okay, and Commissioner Hell is absent. So that sums it up. Chair Mizell.
Buna, do you have something?
Yeah, I was thinking about after Paul spoke, and Paul and I speak with each other quite a bit. And my solution, and I wish I had thought of this before the budget stuff passed. They set aside, what, 8 million for the SCU or whatever, 6.3, doesn't matter. But then the council went ahead and said, okay, you can go ahead and spend some what is it, Margaret, 120,000 or right away? Maybe Margaret's gone.
It is 1.2 million for the bridge services.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's 1.2 million for the bridge services, then is that what the SCU folks are working on?
Yes. Oh, okay. Yes.
So then get a report from them into how quickly can we get that 1.2 million moving, so Paul can have some other foot soldiers out there in the streets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Buna. Thank you all for being here tonight. I look forward to continuing the work.
Oh,
Nathan, these meetings.
Sorry,
yes.
One more thing. It would be great to have one meeting in August. And that was a question I wanted to ask, because council is in recess. I know all the commissions are in recess, but for us not to know what we are going to do in August, I think is leaving 3 weeks or a month of where we don't know. Maybe what we need to consider is forming a few groups that can, out of the task force members, not the subcommittees that we already have, but maybe something that matches more the report and some overlap, so that we can get some work done in August, so we have something to recommend to the consultants, to staff, to city council at the beginning of September. And I believe, David, you're still here in August. Would it be possible to have one meeting in August?
Much as I would love to accommodate, yeah, I'm gonna have to sort of put some boundaries in place. I've got vacations, Shamika's got vacations, and so certainly if the subcommittees want to meet, that's absolutely no problem.
Okay.
But just from a staffing perspective, we just can't accommodate the month of August.
Okay, so then I guess Nathan and I will put our brains together and see what we can get done in August without breaking any Brown Act rules.
I think
Sounds
the
good.
subcommittee should definitely meet though, Commissioner.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima. I think that's definitely something we should be, doing in the interim.
Yeah, thank you all. I know these meetings are long. I really appreciate it. And, I guess I just say lastly, I'm just a member of the public. I'm a student. No one's cutting me a check for this. So feel free to call me, text me. If my stuff's not out there, I'll make sure it is. Happy to talk, happy to think about different solutions. Most folks who know me know I got a lot of things to say about stuff, but we'll save that for another night. So thank you. Let's move to subcommittee reports, and hopefully any subcommittees want to report out. Okay, seeing you have something, Commissioner Ghosh?
Yeah, I guess I was gonna say that Commissioner Chima, Commissioner Ho, and I are working on our sort of listening session, which is going to be a discussion about alternative responses to gender violence. So we're working on that, and we have the date for the first one set up, but we are working around vacations and things like that. So we'll, if y'all feel strongly about us speaking to somebody, please let us know. We're moving pretty fast. I think our session is going to be on August 18th from 5 to 6:30 p.m. And we have a list of organizations that we're reaching out to, and we'll probably coordinate with Cheryl and are talking with Commissioner Fine. So, but we'll have to set a scope for that as well. But yeah, so we're moving forward and doing that, and I think that'll be our main thing that we do in August, but hopefully some other subcommission stuff. So
The other side of doing that work is that I've met with both of the officers in the police department that deal with sexual assault and domestic violence, and had a very good meeting. We were there for like 2.5 hours. So we're doing, looking at both sides.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess what I wanted to say to that is it's making me feel a little empowered to be working on this session with 2 other commissioners and feeling like, maybe something will come out of it that I'll feel that I have achieved through this process, something small that just the 3 of us are doing. So I'm hoping that other commissioners can do that as well, because y'all have so much knowledge, and I see hints of it in our discussions, but I would love to see it more fully expressed.
Thank you.
Chair, it looks like we have one public comment.
Okay, let's hear from them.
I will bring Caroline. Hello, Carol. Carol, you have been brought in to speak if you'd like.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Very briefly, as you discussed the 2.1, 3 factors, crisis skills, 2 capacity, and 3 has mentioned earlier, it has to be 24/7. If you don't have those 3, then the police are going to end up responding anyway. You have to have the capacity, they have to have the skills, and you have to have 24/7 response. Thank you.
You.
Okay, any subcommittee discussion? And items for future agenda discussion. Again, Lou and I will work to keep you updated. Seeing none.
I have one.
You got something?
Yes, I guess I'm really curious if we can maybe start reaching out now to some of the organizations that were brought up earlier that we would be interested in having presentations from, such as Berkeley Cop Watch. I think if this is I don't know what the process is of scheduling something like that. I'm sure we'd have to reach out to someone who's working with them. But I would be interested in hearing from them in the context of what reimagining looks like for them.
Yes, no, please do. In the case of Cop Watch, we've already had communication with them, and it's more just a matter of when. But we will hear from them. And yeah, if you have any other organizations in mind, please.
Hector, we
feel free to
have a
send them.
long list, but I haven't had the opportunity to sit down with Nathan and go through that list and talk about the very key organizations that are going to have to be part of this effort. And those would be the ones that we would want to hear from. So we can always send an email after we do that analysis to staff, and they can send it out to the entire task force. And then folks could say, I'd like to talk with these folks. With, we're going to be working in August is all I can say. After the 17th.
Would it be possible to send that list that you have? I don't know if I've seen it, or maybe you sent it in the past. I just have to dig through my inbox. Is that possible? Maybe I can add some if there are some missing.
The list?
Yeah, you just mentioned the list.
I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, just to make sure we're careful, you may want to send that to Shamika and let us send it to everyone. I'm just nervous about one document getting circulated to too many people, sounding like it could be of interest. So I just don't want you to get into a Brown Act situation.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
You already have it, David. It was sent.
You're talking about
it's the one that Margaret and I did.
Oh, we have.
Oh, yeah, we have that.
I just need to resend it so that everybody has it fresh. And they can start marking off their groups.
I thought it was something different for friends. We have it.
And our consultants have it as well, just to confirm.
Because when, the other piece that we haven't talked about, yes, Nick Jr.'s folks looked at, the CBO contracts and everything, but the Homeless Commission and Measure P experts are some of those members are very, very, very familiar with those proposals and contracts. And there's about 120 or something. And so I'm definitely going to lean on Carol for that support and help.
Alrighty. Any other comments, questions? Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Third.
Was the second Movito?
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, it was.
Commissioner Fine?
Yes.
Commissioner Jigu? Vice Chair Chima?
Yes.
Commissioner Blake?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindheim?
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh?
Yes.
Commissioner Hyde?
Yes.
Commissioner Malfito?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Mizell?
You know it.
Commissioner Upton?
Yes.
Commissioner Harder?
Yep.
Commissioner Diaz is absent. Commissioner Lutzker? Absent. Commissioner Ho, absent. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.